restricted to the area of audio and audiovisual quality assessment, both subjective and objective, and identify potential work items that may be progressed as joint text recommendations, and benefit from the co-location with the meetings of a video quality expert group where audio-visual quality experts meet and execute technical work, and encourage collaboration between ITUT Study Group 12 and ITUR Study Group 6 on work items unique to each study groups. So this is basically what we can do in this meeting. So everyone from VQuack are invited, and you are very welcome for input and comments. So we have 2 co-chairs representing each study group. Okay, so I'll do the ITUR Study Group 6, in particular ITUR Study Group 6, Working Party 6C, which deals with quality issues. So we have a meeting in March, and this is the first meeting in this new study period. So we have new chairs, study group chairs, elected last November in Dubai, and now we have a new management team. So this last meeting was the first ones, and we received several contributions on quality issues. This one shows some of them. Contribution 23, a subjective analysis of the discomfort duration in brightness transitions in high dynamic range media. And contribution 22 is a working document toward the preliminary draft new recommendation, ITUR, the requirement and application for image level meters. And C11, AI-based no reference video quality measurement method. And C8, proposed draft new revision of report ITUR BT 2506, requirement for spatial characteristics of an ideal head-mounted display for immersive videos. So many of these contribution and work items has some overlap with the current activities. So if you go to this site, you can see all the work items in study group 6. You can select a subject here, and you can see current text for the work items. So as you see here, we have some draft and some work document toward PDNR and some draft document. So you are very welcome to go there and to review the current work item of ITUR Study Group 6. So there are some work item on videos. The first one is preliminary draft revision of recommendation BT 1662, general reference chain and management of post-processing headroom for programming accents in large screen image applications. And preliminary draft revision of recommendation ITUR BT 1666, user requirement for large screen digital imagery applications is intended for presentation in theoretical environment. And working document for preliminary draft new recommendation of measurement framework of broadcasters to assess their scope 3 impact of television displaying television program. And draft revision of report BT 2506, requirement for spatial characteristics of an ideal head-mount display for immersive video. And also there are lot of activities on the HDR. So as I see, people also are interested in these areas. So depending on some overlap, you may contribute to ITR on these HDR issues. So right now, there are several recommendations being developed in the area of HDR. The working document preliminary draft new revision of recommendation, BT2100, image parameter values for high dynamic range television for use in production and international program exchange. And also another, this one is a new recommendation, requirement and application for image level meters. And third one is the new recommendation, the MON, the reference viewing condition for HDR and SDR monitoring in close proximities within a single master broadcast production environment. And the next one is the revision of a report, guidance for operational practice in HDR and television productions. So depending on the outcome of VQuake activities, I think some of those activity may be related to this work item of ITR study group 6, and you may consider make some contribution in this area. I think they summarized the activities of ITR based on the March meetings. Do you have any questions? Okay, so then I'd like to ask Alex to present ITOT part. Do you want to share your screen, or do you want to use mine?
Maybe it's easier if I share mine, right? Even if it's a bit of a transition. I mean, it's the same presentation, but then I don't need to tell you when to switch the slide. Right?
Okay. So then let me see, how can I start this one?
Yes. For the spectators, please bear with us. We are almost there. You just have to unshare and then it should be in the Zoom. If you go to the Zoom, yeah, so perfect. Should now be able to share my screen. Can everyone see it?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, super. Thank you. Okay, so there's only one meeting that we're reporting about. It's the April meeting. And of course, Chul-hee will present the work that is in question 19, which basically will also continue after this after this IRG AVQA meeting. So I'm going through the relevant questions. So first, question 7. That's there. The rapporteur is Ludovic Malfait. It's the subjective testing question, and it deals with any kind of testing for speech, audio, and audiovisual quality interactions. Traditionally, the work, of course, comes from the speech and maybe also audiovisual domain. So this question, in most cases, does not deal with pure video topics. So pure video topics are usually handled in, when it is about subjective testing, are usually handled in question 19, which is, as we know, headed by, or where the co-rapporteur is Chul-hee. Then the work items, which still are quite relevant, we think, for this audience here, is PU835REF. There it's about noise suppression algorithms. Of course, it's not speech communication, it's of course not something which is related with video, but maybe some of the aspects addressed therein are interesting to look at, to maybe transpose them to the video domain. Then P.Physio is a draft recommendation or a work item, excuse me, about physiological measures that are used in addition to speech quality measurements for example, emotional aspects. And then PSDR Out Lab is how to run subjective tests outside of the lab. There are a few contributions which we would like to bring to your attention. Of course, those of you who have access to ITU can directly access them. In case there is something that you find interesting, please contact me. I think in a small scale, I can also send that to you, because it's of course of interest to collaborate with VQuack on certain topics. So here the first one is about gender-related aspects in voice communication. Comparison of voice between subject and objects for neural audio codecs. Then this is actually finalized. That was presented for consent subject test method for interactive virtual reality applications. And then draft revised recommendation P835 subjective test methodology for speech communication system with noise suppression algorithms. That's what I already mentioned. And please interrupt me at any time if you have questions. Next question, question 9. That's the classical question that is about where basically the famous p-OLCA method has been standardized, which is the full reference speech quality measure. And now this is the continuation of this. And there it's called perceptual-based objective methods, and so on, for voice and audio quality measurements in telecommunication services. And there are two running work items. One is single-ended perceptual approaches for multidimensional analysis. So this is, I think, quite interesting for us here in VQuack as well. So it is, I think, a preliminary step before you get to quality is obviously, how are the perceptual dimensions of what you hear in this case, or in our case, VQuack, what you see. And maybe this is more easily mappable to some underlying, let me call it KPIs or features that you may extract from the signal, and then also more stable with regard to judgments. I mean, say blurriness or the like, or also in an HDR context, contrast or things like that. And then there could be another function which for different contexts basically maps this to quality. I find this is an interesting approach, and there have been initial preliminary suggestions like that in papers also from our group, for example. But here for voice, that's actually quite advanced. Then TCA is a related work item. That it's about, okay, you have a certain MOS rating, and how can you track it back? So it's the other way around. How can you track it back to certain degradations? Right. Also, I think interesting conceptually for the VQuack work. Yeah, and then there are a few contributions to see that they are sometimes doubled. That's when they are relevant for both for all the questions that they are subsumed under. Right. So sometimes some of the contributions are sent to multiple questions. I won't go through them. We will share the slides later on. And so, if there's something you would like to have more information about, please interrupt me. Don't want to make this too long. Yeah, then Q10, that's still a relatively new question. I mean, it's already ongoing for quite a few years, of course, but it's, in comparison to the other ones I presented, relatively young. So it's about conferencing and telemeeting assessment. Their rapporteurs are Gunilla Berntsson from Ericsson and Jan Tuskovenek from the TH in Stuttgart. And their relevant work items are PIXC, which you are hopefully all familiar with, which is this interactive test methods for subjective assessment of extended reality communication. And that is, of course, a collaboration with VQuack IMG. And then PXUV, that's on user experience of multimedia and video telephony and video conferencing services. I think it's also quite relevant for this group here. In this case, it's a bit more detailed with regard to who the sources are, because now we're getting into the video terrain, and in some cases we have summarized this in a bit more depth. So there's the base text here for this UXV. Then there's a document which is continuously updated about the standardization work in other groups that has been brought to the attention of that question. And then there's a new work item, a quite interesting document, Quality Evaluation Framework for Extended Reality Terminals, or HMDs, for example. And then the first draft of this PIXC, which we are of course aware of because it is also partly handled in IMG, of course. Yeah. Then question 13, this is really, Kazuhisa, I know you're online. This is a really very small subset of the activities that are handled in question 13. So question 13 traditionally is really the question, Kazuhisa Yamagishi from NTT is the rapporteur, is traditionally the question which handles all tricky topics which are also new and upcoming, right? And are especially also about, for example, planning of multimedia services, not voice services, that is handled in another question, Q15, but when it is about planning of audiovisual services, so all these planning models for video telephony, video conferencing, they are handled in question 13. So the work items currently active are PSMR, subjective tests for evaluating user experience of mobile AR applications, and then GMFVR, measurement of quality influencing factors for virtual reality services. And there are also a few contributions to the April meeting that are related to these two work items here. And then there is C202, which has been, and that links to the work item or the work that we have been seeing in the 5G KPI meeting on Monday, which was about the impact of LTE and 5G networks on virtual reality experiences. Then there's question 14. That's the question headed by, where co-rapporteurs are Jürgen Gustafsson from Ericsson and myself. And here it's about development of models and tools for multimedia quality assessment of packet-based video services. And this, of course, I mean, you know Q14 because we have been very successfully collaborating on these P120X standards, in particular P1204.345. We still have the two work items open to develop a parametric model that is being standardized. I mean, there are offsprings of P1204.3 and .5, which are basically parametric models. So far, there's no standardized .1 version. .2 is the mode 1 model, where actually in addition to the parameters such as what is the codec, what is the bitrate, what's the resolution, what's the frame rate, you could be using information about packet sizes. Also there, we currently don't have a standard. We have candidates, but not yet a standard. I mean, this is training for a quite long time now, more than 3-4 years, and trending, sorry. And I'm not sure whether we will get that standard agreed upon. So we'll see. Then we have a quite active work item also in collaboration with VQuack PBQCG, where it's about a parametric bitstream-based quality assessment model for cloud gaming services. And there are two parts. We'll come to that, active and passive. Then there's Peanuts codec extension that basically is about the .345 models and how to handle codecs, which sorry, this is, no, this is correct. I'm just confusing myself, these abbreviations. Yeah, so that is about getting this to, sorry, I think the abbreviation, I will correct, but that's PNUMS codec extension. That's about HEVC and other over UDP. So that's actually even P1201 and P1202 codecs, right? So that's a very old work item, but here the T should be an M. Sorry about that. That's what caused my confusion. So then Peanuts phase 3, that is actually what relates to the 04 and 03 models. There it's about a quality integration module that is better than what we currently have. So when you have 5-minute long streaming situation, for example, and maybe also even across different service types, how do you integrate an adaptive streaming session, situations of quality adaptation and maybe stalling events happening. So this is this work item. And then there's PSDR OQMXR, which is about objective quality modeling for XR services. And there it's primarily first getting an overview and situating where in this area of XR-based services are the services mature enough so that it could be meaningful to do some modeling there and then standardize something in Q14. So I don't go into the contributions. Just me give a few more in-depth views here. So the codec extension is related with .4 and .5. So there we have an extension to AV1. Basically, it's easy for the .4 model. That's a full reference model. I mean, actually, it's a reduced reference model, but it works like a full reference model. I'd really be glad if more people were trying it out. Some versions are available via Rohde & Schwarz. It does outperform in at least all the tests we have previously conducted VMAF. So it would be great if it would be tested more also in the VQuake community. The .5 model is the hybrid model. Obviously, in the hybrid model, you need some parametric parts. So there's some adaptation needed to a new codec, right? Because the parameter matching must be adapted to the codec. Since the .4 model is a reduced reference model operating like a full reference model, there you can basically try and validate it out of the box. Their differences would only be expected if the codec really was drastically different in the way in which it was handling the streams in comparison to the initially used codecs, which is VP9, HEVC, and H.264. Yeah? And so now we have an extension for AV1 for both of these, where, as I said, 4.4 is actually out of the box and not modified in any way because it worked like that, which is not surprising for a pixel-based model. For .3, it's a bit more complicated. It's ongoing. Yeah, this should be modified into Q3 here. Also, we were planning to finish this in Q1, but here the issue is really the bitstream parsing, right? I mean, the core algorithm will not change, and it's actually quite well functioning, but you need the information, the bitstream information that the model requires across different codecs. And so we are currently working on the AV1 extension, but also a VVC extension. And that's also what's mentioned here. It would be desirable to add more codecs so that these models are continuously usable for newer services. And then there is the idea to have new work items, expanding this to HDR 8K and maybe other things. And here my suggestion would be to consider again a collaboration based on the really very successful collaboration with AVHD on the so-called Peanuts phase 2 work, where, to remind you, the Peanuts phase 2 work is what has ended in these standards 4.4, 4.5, and 4.3. Yeah? And so why not continue this and address newer formats like HDR and 8K? Peanuts phase 3, P.Mosquito. This is for this overarching up to 5 minutes for the moment audiovisual quality integration. We already have such a quality integration in the, I'm sorry about all these numbers, P1203.3 standard. And we have also quality integration in all the appendices of the .3, .4, and .5 standards, right? So there are algorithms which are suggested, but they are, first of all, not predicting the same thing. Obviously, there are different algorithms. And this original Peanuts phase 1 standard, P1203.3, is actually a bit dated and reflects subjective test data, which has been collected at a time where people were more used to stalling. So nowadays, obviously, it is relatively rare. I mean, especially in areas like Klagenfurt or the like, it's relatively rare. I mean, I'm supposing it's relatively rare that stalling occurs in the way in which the networks are currently managed and the services are configured. So it is quite likely that people will be more critical when stalling occurs than what this very, I mean, a bit more older 3.3 model predicts, right? So it still works well, but we think it's good to overhaul it and make one model out of it. So this P.Mosquito was a work item about subjective testing. So that was the idea. Remember, maybe, there has been this work item P.Quiz, which also ended in a recommendation, and this an ITU recommendation. And there it was about, can we measure subjectively that a person is so annoyed by the service that rather than continuing watching, you will just stop the service. Yeah? And so the idea here with this pMosquito is, can we basically offer the option that I view the service, and then at any time, because I'm so annoyed as a test subject, I can basically quit, mimicking what I would be doing at home when this stalling or other degradations would be present in my current stream. And if I have viewed it till the end, I would be giving a classical ACR 5-point scale score, right? So, and that's why this is called pMosquito. So, so MOS for the MOS rating, quit. I'm actually able to quit, and O bridging that to objective quality modeling. Unfortunately, some key stakeholders have not continued working on this topic, and generally the interest was a bit low towards the end. I still think academically it's a super interesting, maybe even practically super interesting endeavor. It's also a bit linked with the AgN work we have seen previously in the week. But sorry about that. But the problem is that, of course, we need some activity to continue this. And so what we now do is, so we are not continuing this pMosquito work stream, but we are rather focused on the pure MOS rating. And there we are currently working on a test plan and are relatively far advanced to at least have a few tests to validate the existing models. And I mean, validate in the sense to, let me call it rather evaluate, right? And possibly come to a new integration function there. Then there's PBQCG, and that's the parametric bitstream model for cloud gaming, which I mentioned. There's an active and passive work stream. There are regular subgroup meetings, and it's completely free, so you can just join it. It's also a collaboration with VQuack, so there are a few academic partners therein. The passive, there the tests are mostly concluded, and there's a report and a paper in preparation. There, the model that is being used is the P1204.3 model, which has been retrained for this purpose. I show a few results in a couple of minutes. And then there's the active part, and there are a few pre-tests and initial tests underway. And this, this of course is a more complex thing, because depending on the game you're playing, you may have different things happening, and of course interactivity is also different, and so forth. This is also interesting because it implicitly contains some even more complex long-term integration in a way, right? Because you're integrating acoustic events, but especially, of course, visual events and interactivity-related events, and you're integrating these over time, right? And that's what makes this work item, or this part of the work item, more complex. Also, still under the work is, what is the input? Is it rather, say, application level parameters, or is it more lower level KPIs? This is all still currently under work.
Alex.
Then yes.
I just you said about this regular subgroup meetings. If one wants to join those, where do you find information how to join?
Please send me an email, and CCing, if you have that email address, CCing David Linderow. David is is basically managing this subcommittee. Unfortunately, I don't see the participant list here. Maybe he's even in the meeting. I'm not sure. But David Linderow from Ericsson, he's the person managing this project here. So he would be a good contact point.
Okay, thank you.
And also Martin. Now I have the chat open here. Martin also sent Martin Adolf from ITU, who's also participating now. He can also be contacted, of course. He's, of course, the ITU entry point to all of our activities. Thanks, Martin, for this. And Martin's email address is in the chat.
Yeah, so thank you.
Yeah, no, we would be very happy to especially for the active part. I think the passive is relatively stable; it works quite well. But for the active part, I'm sure that collaborations are interesting. Yeah, and then there are a few contributions. I don't want to spend too much time on these details. So please contact me in case of questions or the persons mentioned. Then there's the PSTR OQMXR. That's a tongue twister. That's really just an overview. That's and the idea is there a service which is maybe already mature enough so that probably not at the moment, that real like Peanuts, for example, which is, as you know, have seen consisting of multiple phases of development, right? Peanuts phase 1 was this P1203, Peanuts phase 2 was P1204, now Peanuts phase 3 is reworking again on the long-term integration part, right? So we're iteratively improving these video streaming related models. And now the question is there a way to also do something similar for XR? And you know, it's not to brag about individual models, but I mean, maybe IPR situation is a bit tricky, but the models are really, really, really good. I mean, if you look at all the presentations and also papers, you can see that the Peanuts phase 2 models, the P1204 models, wherever they are used in comparison, they are typically outperforming all other models or on par with VMAF, right? So it's really good models, and I'd be very happy. And I mean, you guys in VQuake, you have co-developed this. It's a joint activity, so be happy if this would actually get more traction in VQuake as well. And also in the 5G context, on Monday we have seen some of the models being used. Anyway, so for XR, it would be really, really great if we also had input from VQuake about where do you think, maybe not today, but maybe in 1 or 2 years, so which usage of XR really demands a model, and of course for that also is more or less stable enough to go towards that. Yeah? So that's of course very tightly related with the IMG group. Yeah, and there is also a contribution in this regard. And now, Julie, I'd kindly ask you to take the next slide. I think it is fine if I continue because it's not a lot of, it's just this one slide. So I think it's fine if I continue presenting. Oops, sorry.
Well, I think you can do that. Thank you.
Oh, okay, fine, yeah. Okay, so so this question 19 is there the rapporteur is Jules He. And it's about objective and subjective methods for evaluating perceptual audiovisual quality in multimedia and television services. And for 2 of these work items, we will have a dedicated intro meeting co-located with the VQuake meeting. So that's j.noref. So it's about no reference video quality measurement. You know that this was also a work stream in the context of the Peanuts phase 2 work, but unfortunately there was no algorithm which was successful in predicting video quality adequately well. We had this baseline model in phase 2, in Peanuts phase 2, which was a super simple kind of parametric model, and none of the no reference models, like really just based on pixel information, was at the time beating this baseline, right? And that's why we then decided not to standardize any no reference model. But you know, it's already quite a few years ago, so maybe technology has advanced in a way that now there's a better chance to get to such a model. There was a really, really great contribution and paper also by Margaret Pinson, who has at the time compared a variety, and I think you all know this paper, I hope it's, she has compared it is basically comparing different no reference video quality models on yeah, on both the initial training data sets and then unknown data sets, and showing that yeah, for the unknown data sets, the performance is not so great for most of the models. Yeah? And so there's really a need for doing something about that. And then another one is this J.SRC VQ. So that's about the source video quality at the head end. Also very interesting and also very relevant, of course, for any encoding steps that you would subsequently apply to this. And then this QUHD quality measurement methods for UHD services. Yeah, so but I think these two are a bit more active, and of course the object recognition one here, so estimation techniques of object recognition in surveillance video of autonomous driving. So this is also one which will be tackled in the subsequent sessions. And then there are contributions around this here. Okay, yeah. So what are the upcoming ITU meetings? So there's study. Sorry, I was just pointed by Martin Adolf. Thank you very much, Martin, to one further one. I cannot so quickly add it here on my slides, but there is now an adopted standard G.1052. Maybe Martin, it would be great if you could put this into the general chat as well. Basically making everyone aware of it. I forgot it in my overview. Apologies. So that's actually coming from question 17. It's the initial standard y.testbad, and it's probably interesting as an available tool to test certain video related applications under specific network conditions. Yeah. Martin, it's a bit difficult while I'm presenting. Could you be so kind to just copy this into the main chat? I would very much appreciate it. And apologies that I forgot to mention it earlier. Super, yeah, Martin has just put it into the general chat. So please, those who take the notes, it would be great if you could take that to the notes as well. Thank you. And we will add this to the updated version of the slide deck here. Okay, so what are upcoming meetings? So there's the ITUR meeting, which will happen in November 24 in Geneva. Then there is a dedicated, I think it's Working Party 3 meeting in August. It's a virtual meeting. And then there is Working Party 2. Okay, I will correct that. Thanks, Martin. Good you're here. The details. And then there is a Q13 and Q14-12 interim meeting, and it is an open meeting. So please, people who are interested in the BBQ CG work item and may have time during that time frame, it will be hosted by our dear colleague Markus Fiedler in Karlsheim at BTH. So where also the CureMax conference had happened. Yeah, so it would be nice if you had time and would join this. The other topics which we will address is the XR related work stream, and then this long-term integration model will also be addressed during these days there in end of August. Okay, and yeah, so I'll pause here, and if you still are interested and have time, I think we had this session for a bit longer, right? Or am I wrong?
Yes, there is until the coffee break. So that will be.
Okay, so then I would, if you're interested, then I would be sharing a few more details about the work, right? So. But I pause here for comments or questions.
Yeah, just if you could copy the dates of the ITU meetings into the chat, I could put it in minutes, just to also be good when we're planning the next week or meeting.
Yes, I will do that. Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah. I will do it later. It's a bit difficult during presenting. Yeah. But yeah, sure, we'll do for all of them. Okay, then. Sorry, was there?
Francois here.
Yes, Francois.
Your Mosquito effort. You mentioned about quitting and stalls, which are of interest in short form videos, but this was not done in the context of short form, right? It was done in more long form videos.
Yeah, unfortunately, so first of all, yes, exactly. So the scientific work underlying this was conducted by the colleagues from NTT. So there at the time also Pierre Lebreton was involved, but of course also Katsuhisa. He was heading that, I think, and others. And there it was more about this more classical streaming situations, right? I think it was not really considering short form videos. To me personally, I really think it is a very needed work item, right? So I would be glad to basically have more activity. And Francois, if you have any input from Meta about this, I would be very glad if there could be a contribution from you, right? I mean, it's normally in ITU, it's very contribution driven. We have been adopting a different mode a bit in question 14. We have been really going more top down a mixture of bottom up and top down, in the sense that the group itself has created TORs, terms of reference, and test plans and so on, which then ended up in temporary documents mostly. And then all the work was driven more from within the group without having a lot of contributions, really, right? But now for this P-Mosquito and also the XR work stream from within the current group, there is not so much input, unfortunately, right? So if now we need a bit more, outside input to get this forward. We think that, Jürgen Gustafsson, me, as the co-rapporteurs, but also others who are active, think that both of these topics are very relevant. But of course, you need a certain critical mass to get this even better forward. So I can say that within our own group, we are actually in TU Ilmenau, we are working on these short form videos as well now. But it will not be the same if we have a few tests being contributed as to have a bit more larger scale data, right? You remember both the Peanuts phase 1 and Peanuts phase 2 have been created with really a tremendous effort. There were actually there were at the time I think 26 tests being conducted for phase 2 and 30 tests or 29 tests being used for phase 1, right? So a really, really massive number of laboratory tests were actually used to develop these models. So I think they are the highest number of tests for any model which is out there at the moment. And of course, we will not get very close to it with just the 2-3 labs who are currently interested in this work item from within ITU study 12 question 14, right? So very much appreciated if you think this is of relevance still. If we can try to get our your workforce into this as well, and try to get more traction with this work item. We think it is really good, and obviously it would be great to to get something out there which is a bit VQuex style, VMAF style, and is of course usable for everyone. Yeah.
Here, let me. I'll reach out to you offline, and we can discuss this further. Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, super. Yeah, thank you, Francois. Yeah, excellent. Okay, then let me give you. This is a really small selection only, right? So it's also only addressing the study group 12 work, but we were thinking that maybe some of the things are interesting. So some initial results from Rohde and Schwarz here. And please, if the authors are around, correct me if I cite the things wrongly. So this is for now just a measurement for 2 VR services. They are not specified which services these were. It's in contribution C198. But it's interesting to see that across different measurements, you see here latency, you see quite a variation of the latency, right? So One is in static measurements, and one is in parallel measurements in a moving train. And you see that there are quite large impacts. I mean, we're talking about latency up to 2,000 milliseconds here, right? So that's really substantial, and certainly will be felt by a user who would be using an interactive service, right? So and this was for viewing on a smartphone. So we think that similar methodology can be used for HMD viewing. So this is only objective metrics, right? So I mean, but not even quality metrics. So just KPIs basically being measured, but quite interesting input, of course, for if you were working more with this, right? And so here, you see it's the same contribution, just some other measurement results. You see distributions across, so in different bins. For here you see bit rate, and here the count, and here you see frame rate, right? And you see that across the different measurement conditions, there is a variety of bit rates and frame rates that are resulting from the settings, basically. Yeah. And excuse me, this is very sensitive. Switching. So yeah, and so these quality influence factors, obviously bitrate and frame rate are such quality influence factors. It's a bit difficult to compute them across such a service. I mean, in the sense that you will get them into the right format to feed them into a model, right? So so how do you deal with delay? I mean, how do you aggregate? Is it a continuous measurement of delay, or is it, I mean, latency, right? Or is it something where you get an aggregate, right? I mean, how will this affect the services differently? Yeah, and here the proposal of this contribution is to develop detailed guidelines on how to also measure the individual quality influence factors that are underlying then also some models. C199, this is really just the very first draft of this PIXC. We have heard about it in the IMG session. So it's to define subjective test methods for XR communication, characterization of test systems under test, sources, test conditions, control and characterization of the test context and the subject, definition of test procedure, task, the questionnaires. So we have abbreviated here to QE measures, and what data analysis is applied. Currently, 4 different tasks are addressed. This has been nicely summarized by Jesus in his presentation. And there are now different tests underway with these tasks, or slight adaptations of these tasks. And then in this recommendation, there will be this initial task description, factors to be measured, and suggested questionnaires. I suppose that this recommendation PIXC will be handled similarly to other standards in the P.13 series, right, where it is about video conferencing and telemeeting assessment, so handled in Q10, as I previously mentioned. There, if some additional tasks are shown to be meaningful, we have actually amended the respective recommendation accordingly, right? So these 4 different tasks are really to have a good, solid starting point in the standard. Yeah, and as I mentioned, so there's a cross-lab subjective test campaign underway. Jesus has described this nicely, and the next meeting is scheduled for beginning of September 2024. The detailed time was, I think now we set it for something around lunchtime on the 2nd of September to 4th of September. That was what was the latest mention about this. Okay, now this was about the subjective testing, some contributions about instrumental quality assessment. So first, PPQCG, that's the passive video quality. So this is the retrained P120 4.3. You know, it's to remind you, it's a bitstream based passive. So this is the passive video quality for parametric bitstream model. Here it's actually a full bitstream model that has been retrained, the P120 4.3. Initially, this model predicts quality on a 5-point scale, 1 to 5. in this activity here, we are using in the subjective test the 7-point scale. It's a very interesting scale, also recommended in the respective gaming recommendations for subjective testing. Probably also a good candidate, the 7-point scale, to be considered. We had the scaling discussion in one of the sessions earlier on. Could be a good candidate. It avoids a little bit this ceiling effect at the top, or it reduces it a bit, as opposed to the classical ACR scale. Worthwhile to look at, just to mention, right? So yeah, so it's a different scale, so that needed some adaptation, but it's also a bit of a different content to what was originally used. Yeah, and so yeah, we are thinking that this is showing quite solid performance, right? So 9 subjective tests were conducted, 3 tests at full HD resolution but high frame rate, and 6 tests at 4K resolution with 60 FPS, 3 codecs, 12 SRCs, and 900 PBSs being tested. And here you see the results showing really strong PCC and RMSE, where RMSE is the target value to be addressed. Yeah, and in the case of H.264 and H.265, the full model is used. At the moment for AV1, only the core model is used. As I said, we're currently still working on expanding the 4.3 model to AV1. Again, you know, it's a parsing aspect. How do we get this the parameters that we need as an input out of the parser in an elegant way? This is what we're currently working on still. Okay, performance number is based on a 50-50 train validation split, and there is no source repetition, and the actual validation test is currently ongoing. Yeah, so this is the data which has been used for this training and validation approach. And then there were other questions? I hear some. Unfortunately, I cannot really perfectly well see the room. So if you have questions, please just shout. Then I get to you. Okay, then validation test. Sorry, the active part, right? So there have been 2 contributions for initial tests on the active part. So here, this is a subjective test presented in C194. And it's a validation of the NLSG Max model, which has been presented. It's a parametric model using lower level KPIs, some application level, 21 subjects, 7 questions, overall QE, video, audio quality, 2 controllability quality, and 2 service quality questions. And you see here the setup. So there was 1 person to supervise this, and then the gaming user who was basically running this interactive game. And here the test conditions are shown. So there are combinations of RTT, packet loss, random jitter, spiky jitter, and yeah, and so a total of 14 test conditions and 8 anchor conditions were used, and then interactive tests were run about this. This is the model. I'm not going into detail. I'm also not the developer of this model, but you see round trip time, packet loss. So it's really a model that goes down to packet layer information and maps this. And then with this model, you get a relatively good agreement. This is not directly already a candidate for the active model in the sense that we are deciding upon its performance, but it is indicating that actually this work stream works, right, and that there can be such parametric models that can predict quality. Of course, what you see, for those who are more into the topic, you see obviously that there is still a little bit of a gap between the passive model, which is bitstream based, and this interactive model, which is now really completely even packet layer information based. So of course, we need some more integrative work to put these together. But it's a really interesting piece of work here that shows that this approach can work. And then there's another contribution C200, and I will update the source a bit better in the version that I will share with you, where actually the creators are a bit better credited than currently here. Yeah, so this is another contribution, C200, where yeah, this has been done with VR, right? So here the user is connected with a VR headset, and a comparable set of parameters have been used here. 3 different parameters: RTT, packet loss, and jitter, random jitter in this case. And here the serious VR game, The Last Hope, was played. Yeah, and similarly with a similar model, you see here the retuned NLS SG Max model in the 2 cases. Here is redesigned, provides quite promising prediction results, right? And here in this case, it was for the MOS, so the overall QE, these predictions. And it would, of course, also be interesting to have these additional aspects, such as willingness to continue to play or cyber sickness, that are questions in the subjective test, to also be considered in future work. Okay, I pause here for questions. I mean, as I'm not the developer, please don't get too technical on these 2 contributions, but general questions, of course, I can probably answer. I don't see any. Then let me continue. So this is the last one for these more yeah, these activities, which are not going to be addressed further in question 19. So this is CMVTQS. It's about an audio-visual monitoring of video telephony or video conferencing services like the Zoom we're currently using. The building block may look familiar. It's very similar or based on the Peanuts work. So there is an audio quality assessment block, a video quality assessment block, and then an audio-visual integration or interaction with regard to delay and audio-visual media synchronization block. And then you have a audio-visual quality block, which is directly fusing these 2. And then there's a video telephony quality block, and then this also uses the information here from the audio and video quality output, right? And then you get an overall integral MOS. So this is similar to what the identification of interfaces we used in the Peanuts context, phase 1 and 2. So these levels here are so this is at the input level. This is very useful for diagnostic information. Then this is an intermediate output level, basically, right? So you can learn about audio quality or video quality, but also audiovisual quality. So here this is incremented by 1 because it's already 1 layer higher in a sense, right? And then this is again the audiovisual quality output used for possible diagnostic information, and also the synchronization output here for diagnostic information. And then the integrative MOS here, there's an even higher layer 4 here, so incremented over this layer 3 here, where you have the integral MOS for the entire session. And the good thing about this architecture is that, as I said, you can use this output here, this input, but also all these outputs here for diagnostic information. So a clear advantage of these parametric models that you have, besides quality output, you also know where certain problems of quality come from. And the tests have mostly been concluded. We're expecting standardization of the CMVTQS model relatively soon. Yeah, so this is quite active work item, which has been running over a few years now. Okay,
Thanks.
Miscellaneous, and yes.
So this is a bitstream base, so we need to decode the audio and video stream, right? To get to this model.
As far as I'm unfortunately, we needed to drop out the work item ourselves. I think it is more a parametric model, but please, those who may still be active and are here on board, the final model I think would be parameter based. I see a new message there. So yeah. Yeah, so Martin Adolf has pinned the details here on the planning. So 27th of August, there will be the final go on this. Yeah, but I don't think that decoding is needed. No.
Okay.
So it's just quality factors. It's a bit more like the parametric models in P1203.
Okay, thank you. I'll read this thing.
Yeah, it's a very good question. Yeah. Okay, yeah, then I think I will stop here, and the other things are more for conclusion, right? So miscellaneous, there is the work on, so yeah, this I can still present. So the reliability of no reference models, this is very relevant in this J.NoRef context. Then codec extension, I mentioned that's ongoing. PQ streaming quality integration, that's also ongoing. So these are all things where it would be great to maybe have even more input from VQuake. PBQCG, and then the second draft of the technical report of this PSDR OQMXR, right? So this is a summary where it would be great to integrate even better with VQuake if interest is present. Yeah, and then there's this object recognition topic. So there have been a few contributions from Entity, but since this will be addressed in more detail in question 19, also I don't want to go into depth here, but it's yeah, and this is a summary maybe for your convenience of the contributions as a list of reference where we also, it's direct links. So if we share this as PDF later on, you can directly click on it and get to the contribution. And as I said, if there are problems with access, please, yeah, please contact me. Yeah, thank you very much for being here in this session. And I'm stopping my presentation now and hand over to Chul-Hee, please.
Okay, thank you very much for the very nice presentations. So now this concludes IRG ABQA. So Shelley is not here. So do you want to continue? Do you want to take some break and then resume for Q19 interim meeting?
Surely, because Shelley is not here, he asked me, to chair instead of him. I mean, the whole meeting. I think we have the break scheduled at. What time is that? The break is scheduled, yeah, in 40 minutes. So perhaps maybe you can continue for the subsequent, that is half an hour or 40 minutes, and then we could make a break as scheduled.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so what time is the break time?
Well, it's like in 40 minutes from now. It's 11:15 Central European Summer Time.
Okay, 11:15. Okay, thank you.
I mean, if the break is going to happen like 5 or 10 minutes earlier or later, I think it's fine. But
yeah, I think we can continue, and then we'll try to have some break time. So let's move to. Okay, do you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome to the ITUT Study Group 12 Q19 interim meetings. So in this meeting, we are going to progress to work item J.NoRef and work item P.Object recognitions. So everyone in this VQuake meeting, in person or online, are welcome to make a comment and participate. So we'll do first the P.object recognition work item, and then we'll move on to work item J.noRef. So work item P.object recognition, for this work item, we have 3 contributions. So I think the contribution will be presented by Masamori. So do you want to share your screen, or do you want me to present from my screen, Masamori?
I want to share my screen. Myself.
Okay, then I'll start my screen sharings. Thank you. Then you have the floor.
Let me see my screen.
Yes, we see it.
So,
I see that. Is it there?
yes,
Visible to everyone.
so now I explain 3 contributions. Firstly, I will present about performance of proposed model for training data. So the abstract is so the pure background of the result declaration are reaching April 2024. So subjective experiments have been conducted to develop a model. And model performance correction PCC and RNA-seq for training data is shown in this contribution. So this is introduction. So the work in the object documentation was launched in January 2023, and TOR describes the inputs and outputs of field object documentation, and test plan is have been agreed. So therefore, subject tests were conducted to develop an object recognition model, and that checks whether the observer at the non-time center can recognize an object and to pass on to that out into the road or the road by using video stream from an autonomous car. And this contribution presents the performance of the proposed model for the training data. So first, it is a previous object recognition model. It is described in TOR and that I explained. So the building blocks of field object recognition are this figure. And the input is the codec related factors, value type, and network related factors, and car related factors. And also the a priori information is included. And then the object recognition estimation, object recognition ratio is outputted for normal. And the field object recognition has 4 modes. So this is a 4 modes. So model only use the metadata, and mode 1 uses the data for video information. And mode 2 and 3 uses the autonomous car velocity. So 2 is uses autonomous car velocity, and 3 is the all included model. So metadata for the video information and autonomous car velocity is included. And the input and the parameter follows. So the codec operating factor is the video width ratio, and video bit rate, and video frame rate per each time. And network related factors show the network packet loss. So the video packet loss ratio per unit time for all modes. And so the mode 1 and 3, in mode 1 and 3, the number of lost video frames per unit time for mode 1 used in mode 1 and 3. And as shown in this figure, when the loss pattern difference, the value of the factor is the same in the number of lost frames in 1 unit time is the same. So in the 1 unit time is 1 minutes. So there's an example of the one block frame of 1 unit time. So in this figure, so there are 13 frames in 1 unit time. So 30 frame per second. And the loss frame are 5. So the number of those video frames are 5, and the percentage of the lost video frames is 20%. Also, the cumulative pattern means that the autonomous cloud velocity per unit time. And this is used in mode 2, 4, 3. And also the Fourier information for information modeling this and this input is Fourier information for the estimation model. So packet loss error quantity and audit and source related factors and network related factors and current related factors and reaction time factors and load related factors that will solve for tempo region. This a priori information for this estimation model. And the output of the different information is that the percentage of people who can recognize objects in the current video and press the stop button within the time, it is possible to avoid collision after objects appear at the target distance of the autonomous car. And to obtain the root recognition ratio and subject to assessment for recognition as info that is. And the data watch the target video in which objects appear at the target distance and whether the object can recognize within the required reaction time to the code. And this is subject assessment methods that is very I want to can be applied. And the verification and although the many models defined in the ideally follows many types of Fourier information. And model contains to be only defined one and successful family. And therefore, we adopt this recommendation need to derive coefficients for the model for an algorithm can assumed by the basis for a subject test if necessary. So then we move on to the conductive subjective experiment. And so partly I will explain about the software subject. And I will use I use the software 163 source videos which are obtained by surveillance camera in front of the physical daytime and nighttime. So the table to show the number of SRTs by velocity. So the daytime is 73 SRTs and we use the nighttime SRTs for 80 SRTs. And each SRT shows the person darting out into the road from behind the field about around 20 to 30 seconds into the video. Then these SRTs are used to calculate the resolution and to prevent the participant from getting used the appearance, the person darting out. No person darting out into the road gets SRTs and other objects, for example, traffic cones are shown in 4 SRTs. And these SRTs are dummy SRTs, so that one not used for calculating the object recognition ratio. So the 165 SRTs were captured at the different locations, and the participants from near the location. And the source video was 1920 to 1080 and 59.94 frames per second, and therefore your for velocity is 3%. And this is the example of the SRT. So if the velocity of the curve velocity is faster, then people that was the people in the distance from the people is longer, so it is difficult to find the people if the entrance is for entrance is velocity. Entrance velocity is faster. The velocity is slower at 10, for example, 10 kilometers. That people, the distance from the people is shorter, so it is easier to detect the people. And so then we find the hypothetical HRC and PVS. So this is the HRC. The table we show the HRC HRC of these experiments. So the bit rate is 200 to 5,000 kbps and 44,000 kbps for reference. And the packet loss ratio is 1 to 10%. And resolution have 4, so 640, 960, 2080, and 1920. And the frame rates are also 4 patterns, 10, 15, 30, 30, and 60. And also the velocities 10 to 20, 30, and 40 kilometers. And this for packet loss containment and frozen video frame is used. So when packet loss occurs, the video frames are frozen. And if no block distribution due to the packet loss is shown. And note that the median value of the bitrate and packet loss were different from the state value. And this is the process video frequency. So the PVS was generated as 4 alpha. The video coded at a specific bitrate was captured and delivered using a frequency. And via captured the delivery packet. Then the packet loss was randomly generated for the captured packets in accordance with the state packet loss ratio, so 1 to 10%. The video frames containing the loss packet was frozen. And note that the packet loss was generated randomly. So the state packet loss value and the median packet loss was different. So we use the median packet loss to estimate the object resolution. And the HRC, the result HRC were modified to create a total 128 times and 129 times PVS. And in this experiment, there is some issues of the participants and what different PVS. So the one PVS is worked by 32 participants to 32 participants. And then the objective procedure. And before the experiment, participants with the instructions to understand the procedure and the objective of the experiment and to acuity and color video test. Then participants click on the training test, and training test participants watch 10 PVS in one session. And this is about 5 minutes. And after the session, participants will go to the main test. The participants watch 10 PVS in one session and 10 other training tests. And they did 9 sessions, so participants was 90 periods. And there are 2 minutes breaks between sessions and 10 minutes breaks every 2 sessions. The whole experience is lasted about 150 minutes. And the participants monitor the video using special software for this regulation. And when the participants saw the platform stepped onto sidewalk object were based on the rule, they clicked mouse to stop the video. And then the reaction time was measured. After clicking the mouse, 3 was delayed and different to stop the video, and then next video was started by clicking on the next row, and on the next screen. And so the details of procedure, test procedure are shown in the extra and details. Which is the April 15. And all participants in this experiment were connected by 256 participants and 122 males and 134 females. The average age was 22.5. And object recognition is, as I said below, so the percentage of participants who can recognize objects in camera schedule and press a stop button within the time it is possible to avoid the polygon after the object appears the target distance from the drone sky. And detail of the so in this experiment, the required reaction time is set to 1 second. Therefore, the participants who can recognize that a person has darted at the road within 1 second are determined to be object recognized participants. And this is a test figure and procedure. So then we explain the experimental results of our training test. And first, the subject in this experiment, the object recognition data participants ready. And the correlation between the subject recognition score and the participant value for the recognition was X. And the participants with low correlation efficiency are low score for all over object recognition. So they were considered to consider appropriate for evaluation. So in this experiment, the participant is a correlation coefficient of 8.5 over lower was screened as the same as for the experiment results in the before experiment. So we calculated the performance of the proposed model. So by definition, the model per mode, so mode 0 to mode 3, and for information is trained. And by using subject object recognition ratio, the model per mode was trained on 120 kbps was data. And this is as a plot of the result. And in this figure, the horizontal axis shows the estimated object recognition ratio, and the vertical axis shows the subject recognition ratio. And the radius of this figure are divided by car velocity, so the red point is 40 km and purple point is around 10 km per hour. And the blue T square RMSV and PCT are also shown in this graph. So this figure shows that, so although the estimation accuracy variable is mode to mode, so the mode 0 is not, modeling cannot use the relative data, so that's the point. But the zone was distributed around the 45 degree axis, and these that shows that the recognition ratio could be estimated And this is the daytime and estimation and estimation results for mode 0, mode 1, and mode 2, mode 3. And of course, the mode 3 can use all of the inputs, so the RNS is better than other modes. But in all modes, and the report is with line for the and degree line. So the object recognition ratio could be estimated in the training dataset. And also this is the nighttime videos for performance of the nighttime videos and the model 0, 1, and 2, and 3. And it also says that object recognition is estimated by the training dataset. So, of course, there are some pivots and the main pivots. So, some pivots are not used as estimated, but in node, so we can estimate the object recognition ratio for training data. And to compare our mode and we use the YOLO model. So the object recognition was estimated using the YOLO defined algorithm for comparison with the proposed model. The YOLO is used to object recognition for using the image data. So for all videos, we cut out the selection from the time of the purple starting into to 1 second greater to the required reaction time in this experiment. The object recognition was carried out in Europe for all these 1 second video frame, and the maximum value in the Euro reliability score for all models was used as the Euro estimation score. This is the for Euro estimation. So the Euro estimated so the parcel, which is the 0.81 reliability, so that from Euro was also that in the next is the same. And so we did the Euro detection threshold was 10 to 20%. So when the Euro was used, there are several videos in which a person that was not recognized in all four. So therefore the Euro cannot recognize the people. So in this, therefore for these videos that were often are not recognized by Euro was not used in this analysis. And only the videos where people that were recognized by Euro were trying to estimate the object recognition ratio. And 25 to 25, 12 to 15 shows that they are totally using Euro. And this is the Euro estimation score and video. So this is the subject recognition ratio, and this is the Euro estimated recognition ratio. And we see the RMSE and PCT for each and Euro subjective experiment. And in these figures, Euro further repeated to match subject values. And this figure shows that estimation errors occur when Euro was used, and that estimation is low for low quality model. And the speed of nighttime Euro estimation error is not high because Euro has more difficulty to recognize the object. So these are how Euro estimate the score by the nighttime. So the nighttime, so it is difficult to detect the people. So the RNS is lower than the daytime model. And so also the it is difficult to detect the objects in nighttime, so the RNS is lower or compared to other models. This is our proposed. This is our proposed for our proposed model and the YOLO model. So in this contribution, the performance of the proposed model controlling data was shown. And when data proposed for the perform better than YOLO for the training data. So we want to more specifically by the end of this summer, for example, 2030. And to target the model, a Python program that outputs the object definition ratio when given the input validation data should be calculated. And the program has to have two coefficients for daytime and nighttime. And model validation should be static between and the model, the validation method for collector will be explained for contribution, and the validation dataset will be need to be submitted to validate the model. The validation check has to have two validation databases, so daytime and nighttime. And one database has 240 images to 330 images. And the validation result will be shown in January 2025. And the draft recommendation will be presented in June 2025, and the draft recommendation will be presented in October 2025. This is the result for training dataset. The equation for the result of training dataset. Okay.
Because so we have like a significantly better performance of the model in the nighttime than the daytime. So can you explain the reasons for that?
Yes. So we think that the daytime has a very there are many buildings, and so the context is difficult to the data, but the nighttime video has the black similarity black, so that it is not difficult to so for example, so the bit rate, if the bit rate is different, I think that nighttime not so difficult to detect so that they're not so the low context in nighttime. So we think that nighttime is stable.
So like in the daytime you have like more introduces some noise, right?
Yes.
The information noise and
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yes, two questions. So my understanding is that here you are working with YOLO V5, correct?
Yeah.
Any reason why you didn't go to V8 or even V9?
Yes. So both maybe the V8 or V9 is better for the object generation. So when we started this experiment, then we use the object YOLO V5, so then we use it.
My recommendation in all the documents, because you say it's better than YOLO, you should set YOLO V5. So for safer accuracy.
I think it's very I think it was stated there.
It's studied somewhere, but
Yeah.
not all the time, and especially when we reach the conclusion, I think it's important to remind that it's YOLO V5. Even if probably from V6, V7, they are not that much different, but from V8, V9, you can have a very different. So just to for self accuracy, so that does not misleading for people. And my other question is about because here all the results are presented regarding the agreement between human and the model, right? But humans may be wrong and may miss some stuff. So I was wondering if it's the only figure of merit that we should look at. No, maybe the model may be right, while the humans are wrong, right? So,
Yeah, in some cases it's possible.
yeah, so I'm just wondering what is the exact ground truth and where we
Yes,
should,
but
yeah,
like, for anyone really like checking
yeah,
the humans, if they perform well.
no,
Yeah, actually, at the last big meeting, this point was discussed after, yeah. The partly we added some confirmation dialogue, but it's very confusing for the subject, so we deleted the dialogue, confirmation, yeah. This is
But still, the sources or the videos are available, but it's all can check it.
Mhm.
I mean, it's probably quite a lot of work. It's,
Mhm.
well, it's good.
is there a way to, because it's the subjective recognition ratio is based on how many annotators?
How many people?
Yeah,
One sample.
32, 32.
It's very well.
yeah, but maybe you could measure instead of measuring the. Yeah, recognition ratio is kind of a measurement of agreement already or something. Okay. I don't know how you can clean up this data. How do you screen the data of the raters? You have 32, but maybe some are more reliable than some others. So how do you screen?
Yeah, as he mentioned, for example, people didn't always.
Yeah,
recognize the
exactly.
In that case, we screened out.
Yeah,
Yeah, so we check the correlation ratio.
yeah. Okay, so that's the method, right? Yeah, because I think in video quality, we have method in ITU to screen the data, but I'm just wondering if it's also something that should be investigated for that particular
Yeah,
type of
yeah.
experiment. That could be something interesting for some, not only using code.
Masamori, thank you very much for the nice presentation. I can see that to perform experiment like this would take a lot of effort and some resource. So I think it's an interesting experiment result towards the future autonomous drivings. But I have some questions. If you go down, for example, for figure 14, yes. So the subjective recognition ratio, some of those data point is almost zero, but YOLO output estimate the recognition ratio of something like very high, 0.809. So all this graph has some significant outliers. Did you do any analysis why this kind of outlier was produced?
So you need the yes, so I think that the Euro use all of the frames in the 1 second. So so for example, some some videos have a freeze or packet loss, and so there are some packet loss. So there are some packet loss videos so that the tablet cannot recognize the object. So, but when using the YOLO, when the object is detected in one frame, so then we can then the YOLO can output the object recognition in time. So this is why the object recognition ratio is 0, but the YOLO can detect the object. I think so. This is one reason.
It can be more concretely. So for example, if for example, end of the detection length, I mean the 0.9 second or something like that, then YOLO detects the human. In this case, the false recognition ratio is high. But in the human case, if the kit appears low at the 0.9 second, in this case, it's very difficult to find the human. So that's the reason.
Okay. Yes, but this outliers is now observed almost in every figures. I think it would be much beneficial to the readers and the potential users. What caused this kind of outlier, not only with the YOLO, but with your proposed algorithm? But I can see that generating this kind of video experimental data is very difficult and maybe very expensive, but it's a very interesting work, and we'll see some more result from this experiment. Okay, thank you. And any other question from the floor?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I wanted to ask your subjects, were they all drivers? Because if you're talking about signs and stuff, it varies from country to country, and not everyone understands signs if you don't drive. Yes, I just wanted to.
It is so the over 18 years, so the participant drive, but all of the participants does not drive the
Okay.
driver.
Might that be an issue in terms of them recognizing the objects, especially on the road, especially when it comes to road signs?
Yes, so in this case of this, the participant don't need to read the traffic object also, only need to detect the people. So I think that there are no difference between the driver and non-driver.
Well, I would say, I think, if you regularly drive, actually, you get maybe some more of some abilities to spot pedestrians, something.
And your reaction time.
Yeah. And it's actually related to the regular driving of the occasional driving license.
Yeah.
Because if you have just a driving license, but you drive like once a year only.
Yeah, actually, this is a good point. So I think we should show the next contribution in this topic, because after last April meeting, actually, for example, human reaction time is much slower than that of the, for example, May.
In addition to that, if you then take into consideration people like taxi drivers, taxi drivers are in a totally different level of driving.
It's like equality, the expert viewers and similar naive versus expert.
Maybe they could be the ground truth.
Yes.
And then regular drivers.
Yeah, you're right. In this case, for example, in the validation test, of course, we need to hire the different part of the people. In this case, it's very difficult to correlate the performance. So maybe we need to, for example, mapping function, or we need to use a mapping function to align the performance. Yeah. So next contribution, we will show that.
Or something like recognition, right?
Very depending on the process.
Yeah, exactly.
But the ground truth, I think, it might be beneficial to ask some, well, probably not the real drivers or not like professionals, because that could actually cost quite a lot, but I don't know, students, to just go frame by frame, and analyze it. Actually, I can help you with it.
Yeah.
In the case that if we use this functionality for example, for head of display, that these days it is very common that they have some overlay on the screen, the print sheet of the cards. Do you have any time to see, okay, if there are some object detection here, to what extent it would be distracting for the drivers? Because sometimes there's some overlays could be distracting and obscure something that is very important as well behind that.
Yeah, because that is, I need to mention about the, what is used for this model. Yeah, this model is used for maintenance in the, not in the car. So this point is important. And at the level 4 stage, we need to install the maintenance center for the autonomous driving. This is the important point. And also, at the monitoring center, also we need to to support the observer. This model can be used for the detect of the object. So this one kind of round we have this way.
So do you have also some comparison regarding the complexity of models?
Complexity?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually complexity is a very right one. Yeah, because this is a parametric model, not a signal-based model.
Okay, so that would be an advantage also compared to, for instance, YOLO. Even if YOLO can be in real time, still it's many parameters, and so
yes, you're right. And another point is I have, for example, in the case of the YOLO, always YOLO need to analyze the media signal. It's very time consuming.
Yeah.
But in this model, as I mentioned, this is a parametric model.
Yeah.
This is the one benefit. Another benefit is, for example, if image doesn't have any hits, for example, in this case, YOLO doesn't detect anything, of course, 0%.
Okay.
But in the parametric model case, of course, we assume the people in the image. So in this case, a parametric model can output, for example, 80% or something like that using a parameter. So this is another benefit. Of course,
I'm not sure I get this benefit.
Yeah, because this is used for the monitoring. Of course, in the case of the media signal-based model, of course, this model can detect the human using the media signal. But parametric model case, of course, it doesn't actually detect the human, as I mentioned, because we just use the bit rate and frame rate and so on. It's very difficult to recognize the object actually. So, but in the, of course, for example, service provider want to know whether this image can be used for the recognition or not. Even if the people, there is no people, no person in the role. So this is a totally different use case for the parametric model versus and media signal-based model.
Do you mean that it's also fulfill some kind of privacy requirements?
So
privacy? Yeah.
No, not privacy. Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, I think it would be important or interesting also to report this the fact that it's extremely less computational in these and not any other deep net methods. It's a good feature.
Okay, thank you very much. If there is no further question or comment, I think it's time for the break. So, Cheryl, can you take the chair?
Yeah, let's go on break 15 minutes. We'll be back at 11:05.
Okay, so next I explain about the validation method for anchor data. Most abstract is so the result of the intent study was presented in April 2024, and a comparison of reaction time between male and female shows that the male has shorter average reaction time. So therefore, depending on the gender composition and the people response to the object, the estimated result of the model may not match the subjective results of the validation test. So in this paper, we propose a way to use subjective values of the validation test. And this is the introduction. So as the last IC12 meeting, the difference in object representation ratio between male and female are quoted. And this comparison shows that male has a shorter reaction time on average than female when an object appears. So therefore, the contribution proposed a way to compare the score estimated by the model with that of validation test. So to compare the tendencies of participants between training and validation PVS, alpha PVS are extracted from the training PVS. And to determine the shape of the participant score between the training and validation PVS, and the object retention ratio of the alpha PVS will be evenly distributed between 0 and 1. So the alpha PVS and object retention ratio are showing table 1. So to make the forms of the alpha data, so we selected the alpha PVS for this table. So the PVS 1 is 0, and PVS 8 is 1, and then the PVS 2 to 7 is the object retention ratio is the distributed in V. So there was 1, there is 2, 4, and so on. And also we selected the object retention rate PVS, alpha PVS, daytime PVS, and nighttime PVS for each. So we selected 8 PVS, 8 average alpha PVS for all the PVS in PVS. And we take the validation procedure. And so to find out what the tendency can be extracted from the different participants, the object recognition ratio of male and female in the last test and explain the last meeting are shown in figure 1. And this is the male and female object recognition ratio of 10 PVS, and the female and the male. And the result in figure 1 shows that the male and female had a different average recognition ratio. So the male has the object recognition ratio of male is higher than the female. So it suggests that it may be possible to draw the approximate how with the Reiner function. And also in the cases of the participants groups are divided into 2 equal numbers of participants. 32 participants each with the same male and female ratio, and the object recognition of each group are checked 10 times. And so the example results are shown in figure 6. And of course, if the divided is equally, so it's no problem. But sometimes the participant group 1 and participant group 2, the tendency of the object recognition ratio is different. Even if they both the same video, So in that case, the group tends to have a different object recognition ratio depending on how participants were divided. So therefore, to compensate in the training and test score data, an alpha debate will be set up and used for training and test data respectively. So in the case of that case, so we have to compensate the variation data. So, and after conducting the various experiments, the object recognition ratio of alpha debates will be compared. And to compensate the validation data using alpha videos, the following will be done. And we propose that alpha debates will be compensated by linear mapping function. And the model must be read by using the analyzed validation data with the corresponding coefficient applied to each daytime or nighttime data regarding mode. So this is the compensation. So the training is the validation. With our alpha validation I is the object recognition of I subdivide of the validation data, and the alpha training I is the object recognition ratio of I subdivide of training data. And the parameters C1 and C2 are coefficients obtained by the linear mapping factor. And by using the coefficients obtained by the mapping factor, the entire validation events are mapped using the following equation. So the equation of the correct validation is given alpha validation Z plus E2, and where the corrected validation Z is the object recognition ratio of test events for validation data after correction, and validation data Z, the object recognition ratio of the test events for validation data before correction for the original data is mapped after the corrected validation data using the coefficient C1 and linear mapping pattern. So in this configuration, we propose that the alpha series will be extracted from the training series, alpha series, and will be made linear logarithm compared to the tendencies of participants between training and validation. So by using the coefficients obtained by the mapping function, the validation text, the object recognition ratio will be corrected. Also, the method to use all the training and validation series instead of one half series, and the series are different training and validation test for the series. But it's better to use the half series for correction, and then correct the validation score. So this is a proposal for correcting validation data for correcting.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comment from the floor?
I have a comment, if I can, as a looking back in the room, I think I have to. Did you check it? So do you think it is possible that this is due to the fact that it's more likely that male participants are drivers? Because females are less likely drivers, so they may be less used to assess information. So linked with the comment provided by family before. Do you know how many of the female and male participants were drivers for this piece?
So we don't check the ratio of the drivers in male and female, but I think the females don't have driver license, but more than the male. Maybe.
Because many countries statistically this is the case.
Yeah.
So many countries like more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, we insist on the, for example, we insist that the human ability is lower than that of the man. Yeah, we didn't insist on that. Because, yeah. In this experiment, this result is just shown. So this is the only one case. For example, in the case of for example, in the future experiment, I don't know. For example, the reaction time of the female is faster than that of the male or the.
Yeah, but
something
that's a
like
comment, it could have been one of the confounding
Yeah.
factors.
So,
The other
possibly-
possibilities that you test, for instance, in Chilean universities, also for subjective testing. So the females which are involved are in some cases not students that of technical aspects, but maybe administrators of the
Yeah.
universities, but they're also like used to check video for this information. So I think it would be interesting to check if there are possible compounding factors. Of course, I don't say that it is not possible, but there may be some compounding factors.
you're right. Yeah, actually, I think you mentioned that at previous
Yeah,
meeting. Yeah, we should investigate on that point. But unfortunately, we didn't collect the information from the subject. Yeah, so at this point, I don't know. Thank you. Yeah.
Could you just repeat, what was the task of the test persons in this case? What were the?
Yeah, of course, if subject detect the object, in this case, just press the button.
Okay,
This
so
is
what were they shown? They were shown images or videos?
The human kids, only kids appear into the role.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, it's a spotted one, they should press
Yeah.
the button.
Yes.
Yeah. And the instruction was as quickly as possible or as soon as possible or something like that?
Yeah.
Some reaction.
That's not, that's not complicated.
Sorry? Can you repeat this?
That's not possible.
As soon as possible.
If they need to declare the object, they are possible, they can use that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would mention that maybe also the fact that male tend to play games more, not just driving, but also
Yeah.
playing more games.
Yeah.
They may have
Yeah.
more impact on skills.
Yeah. You're right.
They develop it. I think it's-
And there were no other, let's say, objects that could be confused because I think males have a tendency to, let's say, guess more. This is kind of something that, but maybe women are more thoughtful. So maybe if there are other things that could be confused, then a male will be more tendency to guess as soon as possible rather than being sure.
It's interesting. Because I can't call it science, because it may be that's the case, right? But then after, it's instinctive that, but it may be interesting to check with
Yeah, I agree.
scientists.
Yeah.
That's interesting. And other question, you have a balance? No. They mentioned 32, is it 32 each, 32 male and 32 female?
Yes, so we want, in the previous case, so maybe we 122 or so in May, 130 feet. Almost 50, but not people.
And about the age as well, the age were the age similarly distributed?
So in the 82 to the average age 22 or 3
In both cases.
in both cases.
So there were students in both cases, so similar demographics as well.
I have a question. the test that we performed, or did, is it easy to package and kind of like put it out there for any other lab to replicate? So if you have the same videos and the instructions, then and you're willing to share, maybe there will be labs that could repeat the experiment, and we can get more data. Or also maybe it could be a cultural difference. I mean, we've already had the presentation about how the difference between voting in the US and Japan. So maybe if that's okay, make it available, and any lab that want to replicate the experiment can do it.
Will be very interesting.
Yeah, very, very.
Also, it did, of course, it depends on the policy by NDA or other stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what you're starting with, but if it's all open, then it could be replicated. But if there is a lot of restrictions, then it might be hard. But maybe something to think about.
Maybe, yeah.
Masanori, I can see that you are proposing 8 anchors, and some of those anchors, the recognition ratio is very low. Would it be possible you can show some of these anchor videos? Because, for example, PBS1 recognition is 0, so what kind of a video is it so that nobody recognizes it?
So previous one is a very low bit rate for example, 3,300 kbps, and also they have the previous have a packet loss, so it is difficult to detect the object. This is one of the example. The object recognition ratio is 0 kbps.
So that means there are many factors that will affect the object recognition ratio. As you said, it might be a bit rate or resolution or packet loss. But just a few anchors, do you think will represent all those kind of scenario?
So kind of made in together PBS.
Yes, for example, the PBS 1 or 2, the recognition ratio is very, very low. So as you said, it may be due to resolution or bit rate or frame rate. But there are many factors for this kind of low quality images. The variation can be very large. So it might be important to select a suitable anchor that can represent the entire situation, which may be very challenging.
Yes, regarding the anchor aspect, for example, in the case of the PBS 8, this is the highest quality, for example, 40 megabps. It's similar to the source video. So, and also PBS 7, 6, 5, 4 includes, for example, reduction of the frame rate, resolution, and so on. So, and also we also added some packet loss case in PBS 1 and something. So I think these 8 PBS covers many factors. So, yeah.
So another question is, using this kind of anchors, So you said that this anchor will be used, can be used to compensate the performance. So how much performance do you expect by using this kind of anchor system? Is it just for the subjective test?
Yeah, of course, this, for example, linear mapping function is used for the compensate for the validation test. So, of course, the increase of performance it depends on the, of course, validation test, of course. So it's very difficult to answer it. But if we didn't use, for example, linear mapping function, as we already discussed at the previous session, model estimation score doesn't correlate with validation result. So that's our concern.
Okay, but as far as the correlation coefficient, linear mapping doesn't make any change. Only the RMSB may be, but RMS may be taken care of by another method. But it would be interesting approach. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and also as you mentioned, the Pearson correlation coefficient doesn't change even if we apply the linear mapping. But the most important thing is RMC, I think. So to calculate the RMC, we should apply the linear mapping.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or question from the floor? Okay, so if there is no further comment, I think we can accept these proposals.
Thank you.
Okay, so then you have the last contribution, so please go ahead.
Okay, so we move to the next contribution. So we explain about the model submission and validation procedure. And so because the theory and test plan of the theory of the estimation were agreed in 2024, this contribution defines the model submission and validation procedure. And first, model submission is process, model submission process is and follows, and that the model must be submitted to the IQCTSE on or before the date of the model submission on August 30, 2024. The model program to run model analysis in Python is and if we cannot be shared with other participants on the submission date. And the submission must be made on the file share supplied by the IQCTSE. And each participant will receive their own critical in the folder or their dedicated file share. A participant cannot be able to see other participants' files, and each participant has a responsibility to verify the creation and upload the function working on communicating any issues to the ESP where in advance of the submission stage. And the submission must be composed of the component. This contains the executable file, making the uninstalled model. This file must be provided in one execution model with all modes or one model model. So it's daytime and nighttime or efficient. On one line, input and output and output. The frequency must be compared with the specification describes the foreign model input and output defined by the field object relation POR. And each participant can upload this file to the file share before the date of the model submission, they must inform the humanity the portal and ICCP on this part. Or before the date of the model submission, then upload the zip file to the file sharing unit or if that's not possible for the participant and email the zip file to the ICCP CSP within 2 weeks. And email must be sent to the ICT CSP on 4 currently. And model inputs is explain the session and the program is the CSP containing the input signal listed together with the keybase name and outputs the estimate of bit frequency ratio and the CSP. And the model receives the following input signal and the video resolution represented by 8 in pixels. And video bitrate per second after the object is cleared, and the video frame rate per unit time. And also the network will factor the video packet loss ratio per unit time. And in the mode 1 and 3, they can be the number of lost video frame per unit time. And calculated factor, the optimum scale velocity per unit time is in most 2 or 3, it is the optimum scale velocity can be used. And the upload information is the information of daytime or nighttime. And the model output is object recognition ratio. And the mode of class outputs object recognition ratio for each input. Model has 4 Python program for the mode and outputs the object recognition ratio for each mode to see. And the object recognition ratio percentage of people who can recognize and react within the task is important to avoid avoiding after object appear. In current experience, after second distance from the object. And then the model validation weight and validation set data will be compiled and for given model type, almost all types will be evaluated in the validation set database. And the model foreign step will be carried out. And model must be evaluated by using data and nighttime validation set data with the corresponding constant applied to each daytime or nighttime data regarding mode. And the object recognition ratio score made from the model must be evaluated by a subjective object recognition ratio score using root mean square error and the score will be calculated in as follows. And when the R I the object recognition for I sample and for PVS, then the estimate of object recognition ratio of the model grid for I sample, and in the number of samples. And the minimum requirements for the all over model performance will be computed using improved mapping of second order bit rate to the subject object recognition ratio. And specifically, the object recognition ratio are baseline that define the baseline model input and described as follows. And in this equation, the B is the bit rate or the table in the value something. So since we are the parameters C1 to C3 are coefficients that are determined using the training data set. Coefficients C1 to C3 are determined for each mode 0 and 3 and daytime and nighttime. And all modes performing work than the base medium request model are used. Taking out test for all models. So the submitted model must exceed the baseline using the bit rate model. And finally, if above is identified by any participant in the phase, in terms of the handling of the information filed by the model, and if the affected people have of course, has been the foreign procedure will be applied, and the participants are trying the bottom targeted topic within the protocol changes to the other participants. This ensure that the changes are only but distinct and do not significant errors for the group. Despite that, the model was able to handle that party. We ensure that the transcript can be understood by the other participants. Information must be provided by participants. And the updating this info will be provided to the CSP along with the new zip file with the model and update version will support. The original zip file will be inside of CSP update. This is the proposed method to model foundation.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the floor?
I have a question. When you compare the models with the RMSE, would you consider what would be the criteria to include them? Would that be statistical significance or how do you judge whether a model is performing differently from another model?
Yes. Yeah, actually, for example, in the case of the peanut case, and just peak level 3 and peak level 4 case. We use a minimum requirement is a bit rate model, like that. So, and also if if the candidate of the candidate of the either of the model, the RMSA is better than that of the peak rate model is a minimum requirement.
Okay, but better with what? I mean, in the 9th decimal or?
You mean the statistical difference?
Yes.
Yeah, I think, yeah, of course, we need to check about the statistical difference, for example, maybe 5% interval or something like that.
Okay, maybe that should be clarified in the text.
Yeah, you're right.
Chase now? Oh, sorry.
Sorry. If I understand correctly, in that case, we use a t-test to verify. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Chesa, for system like this, the error may not be the same. So as in for example, there are some errors, false alarm or missings. In this case, if the actual recognition ratio is very low, if the system tells that actually the recognition estimated recognition ratio is high, that is equivalent to missings. So this kind of error is much more crucial for the user scenarios. False alarm, you can take the monitoring person may look at the system and it's okay, this is fine. But if the missing happens, then the result can be substantially different. So would it be possible to take into account that kind of scenario in evaluating the performance of this kind of system?
Yeah, good. Actually, good point. Is I understand what your point, but how to evaluate the performance? Yeah.
No, my point is that this kind of system is used to predict that the recognition ratios. But if this system tells that the recognition is reasonably high, but actually if that is not the case, that can be more dangerous.
Yes, you're right. I understand what your point. Yeah, actually, if the estimation model estimated object recognition ratio much higher, for example, the subjective ratio is for example 0.5, but the estimation model outputs a 0.8 or something like that. It's not good for the actual case. Yeah, I understand. But in the case of the performance evaluation, how to consider about that? Yeah.
Yes, I think at least it would be helpful to provide that kind of analysis. I understand that this kind of method is very difficult. Most of all, to generate data for this kind of a model can be very expensive and time consuming. That I understand that, and I appreciate that you have gone through all of this. But nevertheless, that what would be the acceptable performance that can be used in the industry, and what kind of step can we take for the future work for the improvement? So I think this RMSE, I think is conventional method, but I think in some way we should consider that we should separate false alarm and missings, so that we can have some more realistic evaluation of the performance. But I understand that this is kind of a pioneer project, pioneer work, but I think we still need to take into account that kind of scenarios. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Yeah, I understand. Of course, firstly, we should analyze the RMC to evaluate the model first. And also, we also need to take account of what we mentioned. If model output is a much higher value case, maybe we compare the subjective score and the objective score directly. If the objective score is a higher case, we give the, for example, RMC in that case, for example. In this case, maybe RMC is a bit higher than the regular RMC. So I think we should provide some guidance in the appendix or something like that, like P1203 and P1204. Right?
Okay, please go ahead.
Maybe this is something that could be analyzed like a classification problem, counting the false alarm rate and the missing, and do an ROC evaluation, and you want to find some level where I mean the judgment would then be that you penalize the missing classification more than the false alarm rate, and so checking the right classification and in both cases, but also the missing data, missing, and also the false alarm rate, and then you can form like an ROC curve, and maybe you can find a value there that would be something that the object model should have as a performance, taking into account both the false alarm rate and the missing data. Or maybe it's unacceptable with the missing data, then that is the criteria. So it's looking at the classification compared to the true classification.
Sorry, what does missing data mean? Sorry.
I mean, not missing data, but I mean, you have, I mean, you should detect something in the image.
Yeah.
But if you don't, it's it could be severe. I think that was the point of Julie. I mean, you should see something in the picture, but you miss it. That is a missing classification. But on the other hand, you might see something in the image, but it wasn't there. That is a false alarm.
Yeah.
But that might not be so severe so you can always trade off
Yes.
the false alarm rate towards the missing classification. And in this case, it seems to be more severe to miss something compared to given the false alarm rate. And that could be part of the analysis you have to do to make this a good model, basically. Which one has the best trade-off in this case?
Also, I'd like to add one comment to that. For example, I'm not sure this is very good example, but let's assume that you are under missile attack, then your defensive system should work very well. But your defensive system can make a false alarm. Also, there's another possibilities that the defensive system miss the incoming missile. That can be much more dangerous. But in this method, the model predict the subjective recognition ratios. And if the subjective recognition ratio is low, that means the remote monitoring may be dangerous, may not be accurate. In that case, that this method can be used to alert the operator. But if this prediction method think that the recognition ratio is high, actually when it is not, then the operator rely on a very difficult videos to make decisions. That can be very dangerous. So I think we need to take into account that kind of a consideration in performing this kind of a method. But this one can be very challenging, but I think at least we have to take into account the actual application scenario for this kind of a method.
Okay, so in this case, first of all, so the first analysis is used for the RMSE for overall PBSs, for example. The second analysis is used for example, subjective score is in the case that subjective score is lower than that of the objective score case, we pick up these PBSs, then we calculate the RMSE, for example. Is it reasonable?
No, I think RMSE, generally is good, but my point is that I'm not saying the RMSE is a bad one. I'm just saying that for this kind of method, because as far as I understand that the proposed method predict the subjective recognition ratio, right?
Yeah.
So if that is low, then means that remote monitoring is not possible. Then you have to take some action. So I think for that kind of scenario, I definitely agree with you that this work is very important, because when somebody remotely operate the vehicles, then the image quality should be good. And if something happens, there should be some alert system. So I think this method can be very useful for that. But my point is that if the alert system missing dangerous situations, then we have to take some good analysis why that happens and how can you reduce the risk for remote operation if this method is used for remote operations. Thank you.
Yeah, good point. We actually maybe this point should be analyzed. A recommendation is published, maybe, for example, in the P12.3, it is firstly we can make a recommendation, then characterization phase was started to analyze, for example, when the model provides a big estimation error, for example. So maybe we should provide some guideline or guidance text in the appendix, for example.
Yes, I think some good analysis would be helpful for the potential users. And also I think, well, I think we definitely need these kind of tools for as a complement to autonomous driving, because still we have many problems with autonomous driving. So I understand that this method will be useful for remote monitoring, but also I think this one can be also analyzed in depth, because autonomous driving and also remote operation also it can, if something wrong, it can cause some serious problems. So I think we need some in-depth analysis. So I think we can do some more analysis to fully understand the operations in addition to this RMSE. Okay, thank you. Okay, so any other comments or questions from the floor? Okay, then can you accept the proposals for this one? So can you go back to the first one? The model submission date. You proposed the August 30. Is it everyone agree and don't have any problem with this deadline? I don't see other proponent because it would be very difficult to have access to this kind of data. So this proposed date is good for entities. August 30 or August 30 is Friday. Okay. Is it good for entities, or can you fix it, or do you want to still make it open?
I think August 30 is fine for us. Yeah.
So this one is the final one.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. On the other hand, regarding the data that you produced, so did you plan to publish your method in some academic papers in the future?
I hope so. Yeah, of course, after recommendation will be published, maybe we will submit some journal to, I don't know which transaction, I don't know, but we may submit a paper to the, for example, IEEE or something like that. Yeah.
Yes, I think the reason I'm asking the publication, so if you do that, I think, would it be possible for you to make available your data along with your papers? Because I think to have this kind of a public data would accelerate research in these topics, because without the data, nobody can join this kind of research. So would it be possible for you to publish some of your data for some future analysis or development? But I think that you can consider, so that is not any. So I think you can just consider as an options. So let's.
Yeah. Go ahead, please. Sorry.
Yes. So let's say the deadline would be August 30. That's Fridays. So and the proposed bulk fixed operation procedure. We can approve it, and if there is no objection from the floor, and also the primary model validation criteria would be RMSE, along with some in-depth analysis, in particular in terms of false alarm and missing. I think that covers most of it. I think the detailed procedure with TSB may not be any problems. So any other comments or questions before we conclude this contribution?
I have a question to the Martin. Are you still there?
Yes, Kazuhisa, I'm here. I was not there in the beginning when you introduced the contribution. So I'm just trying to find the document and just trying to understand what it means for the TSB, what all needs to be done. So I don't know if you want to highlight it again, or if you want to highlight just maybe the key points that I need to be aware of.
The key point is please create a directory on the IQT not the website, the FTP, like Peanut case. We have a private directory in the IQT FTP site, if I understand correctly. We just submitted the Python code to this folder, to this directory. Of course, we will encrypt it to the Python code. Yeah.
Okay, so there's a question 19 folder, and so you would like me to create a folder there for this particular work item where people can drop, people with a Tice account can drop their encrypted zip file. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, I can do that. Can you just remind me, Chuli or Kazuhisa, the contributions for today, the document that's just being displayed? Where can I find that?
Well, I think I went to the WCAG site, but it was not any document was found there. So I think, Katrina, can you send this contribution to Martin?
Of course, we will send the 3 contributions to Martin. Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Okay, so I will put them also in the Q19 folder on the informal FTP area for the Klagenfurt July 2024 meeting.
So I think, Katrina, I think you need you need to zip to your old files, and then with some inscription, and then place the file before August 30 to whatever site Martin created for you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, but apart from that FTP or from that folder, is there anything else that you need from the TSB? I see an email needs to be sent. So, but apart from that, is there anything else that you require from TSB?
So we don't need to ask you to insignia, just to make a folder. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I'm on the FTP side right now. So I will create a new folder, P object recognition.
Yeah. Yes.
And these are the models. So. Okay. And let me see if I can copy the. Okay. Just give me 1 second. I'll share with you the directory.
But you don't need to create now. Yeah.
Yeah, but maybe it would be useful for Chuli to put it in also in the report.
while waiting, Katrisa or Maurice, so in case bug is identified, so during one meeting, do you want to discuss the bug fix? It should be during the I think you don't want to wait until the next SG12 meetings.
I think so because of course now I think we have a plan to conduct a new subject test for the validation in the autumn and winter seasons. So I think we can submit the performance results at the next study group 12 meeting maybe. So during the study group 12 meeting, I think we can check the code and the validation results using these codes. Yeah.
So if bug fix happens, it'll be between the after your model submission and should be done before the next study group 12 meetings.
No,
So
I don't
we
think
need it.
during the study group 12 meeting, I think, for example, you check the bug. If this
Okay.
bug acceptable, we just change the Python code. Of course, I hope we don't have any bug because
Well,
this
but
is
I am not the expert to determine whether that is a valid fix or not. I think that should be done collectively by a group. So I think it can be either done during the meeting, or I think that might be done if so. Next weekend meeting will be in December, I guess. So
Yeah.
possibly we may be able to do that if necessary during that meetings.
But if I understand correctly, next big meeting is online. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
the next meeting will be an online meeting, so that will probably not be suited for.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
That's
So it
all.
should be done at the next study group 12 meeting then in January.
Yeah, because this is a fiscal meeting. Yeah.
I'm not sure I missed it or not, but what would be the validation data size?
The validation data size is described in this document, I think. Yeah, could you scroll down a little bit? No, not described.
Not describing this computer, but
I think the other document. The other document describes the size of the validation data. I think it has two database or something.
yes, to 2,240 degrees at least.
Okay.
Describe performance of proposed model for training. So first contribution. One data base has 240 to 320 degrees.
So all the codec parameters and packet loss percentile is specified in the TOR or test plan, right?
The test plan describes the range of the packet loss, bit rate, resolution, frame rate, and so on. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. So Martin, is this the link we can use?
So this is the web view of the folder, and the colleagues know that they can access that with the their FTP client. Yeah.
Okay, so anybody have access to this one or just?
No, this is for ITU members.
So in fact, so if entity upload their zip file, anybody can download it then, right?
That's correct. So maybe I need more clarification there. In point 2, each participant will receive their own credentials in a writable folder on their dedicated file share. So I understood now from Kazuhisa that colleagues upload their zip file and it's password protected. Is that sufficient, or do you need any more access control there in this folder?
Because as far as I understand in the previous project, I think that we can just upload our files, but not able to download them, even though the uploaded file is encrypted, so no one can download it unless something happens. So I think, Katrisa, this is acceptable to you. Do you think your inscription method is sufficiently good? Or do you need some site that you can just only upload and no one can download it? Only TSP has access to it.
Yeah, Kevin, thank you for the comment. Yeah, actually, we shouldn't allow everybody to download the file. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, so perhaps we can discuss that offline, Kazuhisa, how to best achieve that.
Yeah.
Yes, I think the FTP site can be designed that only you can upload it, but no downloading. I think that if there's that kind of flag is set, then I think we are safe. So only Katrisa upload it and they may have some confirmation, then I think that should be okay.
Yeah, only TSP can download it. Yeah.
Yeah, at least I think you can share the MD5 file informations after you upload your data, so that at least I think the MD5 some can be, I think, shared to the reflector.
Yes.
Okay, Kazuhisa, remind me, how big are the files that we are talking about? What's the file size that you expect?
Very small, I think. Yeah, because it's a Python code. Yeah. We will not upload the validation data, so we just upload the Python code on that. So it's very small, I think.
Okay, so maybe I mean I'm not entirely sure how to how to realize the FTP upload and avoid people from downloading through one dedicated directory. So what about sending that file to me and also your MD5 checksum, and then share the checksum on the question 19 reflector?
Yeah, I think this might be the easy one. I think.
And I take care of the storing of the models and the MD5 checksums that I received, but it doesn't have to be on a public FTP server.
Okay.
So again, I think it would be better for interested parties to send the model and the MD5 sum to the TSB. And once I have acknowledged the receipt, you can share the MD5 sum on the question 19 reflector.
Is this proposal is acceptable to entity?
Yes.
So I think that is acceptable to entity or any other proponent. I think we can just specify the TSP email address. They can send the encrypted file to TSP and then share the MD5 sum to the reflector.
Mhm.
So I think we need a slight modification to your proposed document.
Yeah.
And you can use my email address in your description, Kazuhisa.
Okay. Not the TSB email. Okay.
Yeah, I think then I'll have it right away. So I don't know the holiday season situation end of August. So you put my email address in that. That should work.
Mhm. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, superb. So any other comments or questions? I think we have taken care of everything, hopefully. Okay, thank you. And any other comments before we close this work item, JDON object recognition? Okay, thank you very much for the very good 3 contribution from entities. So now we conclude this object discussion on this object work item, object recognitions. And we accepted most of the proposals except for the file uploading. Instead of a file uploading through the FTP, the program should be sent to Martins as an email. Just publish the MD5 sum to the reflectors. Okay, then we can close the discussion on the object recognitions. So it looks like we have about 20 minutes left. I think we can go to discussing the JDON-NoRep. But on the other hand, JDON-NoRep is scheduled in the afternoon. So I think it's also possible that today you may have a longer lunch break. So I think you can make the decision for this. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just, maybe it's better to start with a new item after the lunch break. We will be back then at 1:45 and have a little bit longer break, 20 minutes longer break. Is that fine with you in the room? Does it work for you also? Okay. Yeah, okay. So we'll break for lunch now. We'll be back at 1:45. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. See you later.
Thank you.
I think, there's a line for it, but also we can have a line after the line. Yeah, I just said it all
Okay, so do you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so this morning, we progressed work item P dot object recognition. Now we'll move on to object item J dot NoRef. Just let me briefly introduce the history of this project. As you may well know, ITU and BQAC has made several attempts for no-reference video quality measurement method, but failed to produce recommendation. In fact, this work item, J.NoRef, is almost 20 years old. I think this was created during the BQAC MM project, and it failed. And it tried again with the BQAC high definition project, and we failed. And we tried again with the hybrid project, and we failed. And we tried again with the PNUT, I think, phase 3, and we failed. So this is, I think, the officially 5th attempt to produce a recommendation on no reference method. But recently, we are seeing some promising results based on deep learning method. And there are many academic papers, they claim they have a very high correlation for the no reference method. And recent method, even for some kind of independent evaluation, their performance showed something like around 0.7 or 0.75. So I think based on this recent development, we decided to try one more time to produce NR method, which can be included in ITU recommendations. And fortunately, for the test plan of NR method, the designing test plan is relatively easy. I think the most complicated one was a hybrid, because on the requirement on the bit stream data. But NR method, we don't need any requirement on the bit stream data or the source. So I think it's relatively easy to write a test plan. I think we can use one of our previous speaker projects, such as HTTP, as a basic text for test plan for NR method. So there are several issues in drafting test plans: video resolution, display type, codec types and bitrate, transmission error, PVC duration, and subjective testing method. These 5 items highlighted in yellow is determined in the last meetings. The red one is a major issue still to be decided. And also there are several other issues. So hopefully we will make some final decision, final conclusion on these remaining issues. So let us briefly review the previous decisions. Well, we considered several resolutions, but one of the mistakes we made during the last NR project, we widened the scope too much. So the NR method failed to produce acceptable performance. So this time we tried to narrow the scope. So we decided we are going to deal with full HD resolution only. So if we have a good performance on this one, I think we can consider to extend the scope in the following project. So in this NR test, we are going to deal with full HD, but which can be displayed in horizontal format or vertical format, such as in the mobile phones. And displays, there are several possibilities, and we made the decision TV monitors and PC monitors and mobile display can be used. So this was the decision we made in the last meetings. On the other hand, I think at least we can add some minimum resolution. So something like that. The display resolution should exceed, for example, Full HD, something like this. Is this acceptable to everyone?
So you are not requiring that the mobile display should have a HD resolution, or?
Yeah, I think if the people seeing HD resolution, Full HD contents, it may be okay, but these days almost even the mobile display, they exceed full resolutions.
Right.
So I think there's something like as an extra requirement. Something like this.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So it's acceptable to everyone?
Yeah.
Any comments?
You still have lots of resolution, by the way, so your scope is still big.
Yeah. I was thinking, you have horizontal and vertical, but with the monitors you have there, the only vertical that makes sense is on the mobile displays.
So you mean the vertical display, the vertical format only apply to mobile, something like that?
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't make sense to have the vertical on TVs and PC monitors. In my opinion.
Well, some people change their monitor.
Talking about much different resolution.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Vertical videos on a Full HD display will not allow us to play a Full HD video. On a computer display.
No, right.
Yes. Yeah. So it will complicate everything, and I don't see the need for it anyway.
So you agree that it's only?
Yeah, I think it's better that way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So this one is okay?
Yeah. And then you should take away verticals. Okay, yeah, right. It's okay. To me, yeah.
So any comments on this? Okay, so we made the 2 modifications to the existing decisions. And the PBS duration, we decided 5 seconds. And constant quality recommended, and no artificial impairment, and no sync-out. This was the decisions. But as I reviewed these decisions, it came to my mind that no sync-out may be too strict because source is quite very difficult to secure. But if we made this sync-out, no sync-out, I think we may have to eliminate many potential sources. So I think we may consider slightly soften this one. Something like this, because we want to keep some flexibility in choosing source sequence. Otherwise, we may have problems with securing source at the later moment.
Could we extend the sources instead? Like, for example, if the source is only 4 seconds, could we take the last second and repeat it, but then, you know what I'm saying? So it looks like
Yeah.
we go backwards. So we can extend it to 5 seconds without any sharp changes if that's a desired state. The reflection, basically.
Well, if we have a sinker, hopefully that the sinker is around at the middle, at the last half a second, something like that. But because as I look at the source at the later stage, it may be difficult to find the good source without any sinker. So that's the situation I'm worried about. So if the sinker is occurred, well, hopefully that should not occur in the first 1 second or the last 1 second, preferably around the half, around in the middles. So we want to keep that minimum, but we just want to just a complete elimination source sequence with any sinker. So that's my worries. If you want to think about this modification, I think you can do that, but I think at least we may leave these options to avoid any source problem.
And what I would say is that if the scene cut is like 2 different camera angles of roughly the same scene, it's probably okay, right? If it's cutting out to something completely different, it feels like that will just make things
Oh, okay.
complex.
And I think we won't have a lot of difficulty finding 5 seconds long video without scene cut. I think that sounds like a reasonable requirement for a 5 second video without scene cut.
Or, I mean, camera change, like, if it's, let's say the 2 of us talking, right, and the camera's cutting back and forth, 2 people in the same room, it's fine. If it's like a chase scene and then cutting off to something still, then that, it feels like you're really dealing with 2 different sources at that point, combining into one, and then, you know, then these things get messier.
Yeah, I think that sounds reasonable.
Sounds like that.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it.
What is artificial impairment definition here?
Yeah, this statement means you do not change deliberately the scene. All the impairment should come from the codec or some transmission. No transmission error. We made a decision on that. So
And we allow scaling, right? Scaling and compression.
yes.
Okay. But no noise injection or whatever. Yeah.
So this one is the modification is acceptable. Do you want to think about it?
I think it's fine, but maybe you should also say what you said before, that if you want to limit the position of the scene cut to be somewhere in the middle and not the first and last second, then you probably need to write it. I mean, about the no artificial impairment, isn't it better than if it's meant to be only compression and scaling? Isn't it better to write that it should be
No.
compression and scaling?
Not this one. Well, we'll come back to that, or I think we have to consider this one. There are some valid pre-processing and post-processing. So all valid that is used commercially should be allowed.
Okay, so but if you say full HD, then the lacing is doesn't apply.
Yes, I think you can delete this one later. So we'll come back to this one later.
Okay.
So pre-processing and post-processing. We'll discuss about this one in the post and the so this modification is okay. Any comments?
No.
Okay, then we'll proceed. Yes, this one is part of the pre and post processing. We'll come back to this one when we discuss about the test plan Word files. Other than that, I think all the decision is good enough. Any comment on this one? Okay. Transmission error, we made a decision. There should be no transmission error. And subjective test method, we made a decision that we should use ACR method.
Is that the, maybe you come to that, but is it with the hidden references?
Well, this is NL method.
Yeah, but yeah, okay. Yeah, maybe it's, yeah, not really. Yeah.
And one model should be able to handle both horizontal and vertical Full HD. So I think the model should have an internal switch. Okay, so from this is the end of the issues with the decisions. Now we go to the issues that need to be determined. So the tentative proponent, which is related to the number of available subjective tests, NTIA and Yonsei universities, and previously a BigQuang member expressed interest in submitting models, and TU Ilmenau and UVQs. So any other lab would like to express the interest in submitting models. This is not the final commitment, so this is kind of a tentative commitment. You can always change it. Also, you can always join in later. But the problem is, as I said, since the number of proponent is related to the number of subjective tests, it would be better to know some good estimate the number of proponents. Any other potential proponents?
Good.
Okay.
Question. How is the number of proponents related to the number of subjective tests for?
Well, usually the proponent has to submit, do the subjective test, which is very, which can cost a lot. So possibly each proponent may have to perform 2 or 3 subjective tests. Otherwise, that we have to hire some outsider lab to perform subjective test, which in this case that will be more, it will be much more complicated because that we have to decide the cost, and then each company have to make the payment. So that can cause another problems. So easiest one is that the so-called dirty part should be performed by proponent, and the ILG will do some kind of independent independent test design and guidance.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding something. So again, proponents are proponents for models, right? Like the subjective testing would be. What is the subjective testing? Like, are the models objectively evaluated? Where is the subjective, how is subjective testing related to the number of proponent models?
Well, the way we evaluate a model in the previous VCA project and also in ITU project, proponents submit models by the certain date deadline, and then ILG will design a test sequence, the HRC design for the test. And then we make new PVS, which are never used for previously. And using this sequence, we evaluate, submit the models. So for that purpose, we need the subjective data. And this subjective data should be performed by a proponent who has to perform this subjective test by hiring the test rooms and also hiring the evaluators, which can cost a lot.
Okay, so I mean, the test is for one data set, but basically spread across the proponents who kind of shoulder the cost of it. Not like we need more subjective tests, but just the distribution of the workload, right?
Yeah. Usually one test, some costs consists of something like 200 PVS. So usually we use, I think in HD project, we used 6, and in the hybrid, we used more than 10. And I think recently Q14 PNOT phase 2, the number of tests of something like around 20. So depending on the number of proponent, we can decide how many subjective tests can be available.
Got it.
Okay, so then the tentative list for ILG is RISE and AGH. And the roles of ILG is that supposedly, this one is also tentative. They design HRC and review HRC design. This one means that design HRC means ILG will do the designings. And review HRC design means proponent submit ILG design, the HRC design, and then ILG review, and they direct a modification if necessary. And they select a source and assign to HRC, And if there is some critical issue, such as that some proponent may propose that the some PVS is not suitable, should be deleted. If everyone is agree, then it would be okay. But if there is divided opinions, then ILG will make final decisions on the issue. Okay, so tentatively the list for proponents and ILG remains the same.
ADH is not in the room. I mean, I'm thinking the work that is done by ILG, is that supposed to be free of charge, or what is the conditions for that?
Yeah, I think I agree that there should be some benefit to ILG. I'll come back to later when we discuss about these issues. I'll come back to that once.
Okay.
I agree that there should be some benefit to performing the ILG roles. So how can we design tested? How can you do tested design and subject perform subjective test? So the option 1, proponent they perform the test design and generate test data and conduct a subjective test. Under ILG supervisions. And second option, ILG do the test design and proponent generate test data and conduct a subjective test. So preferably, I think this one might be the better option because it will provide more independent verifications. But I think this issue should be determined once the ILG is finalized and they have made a full commitment. So the release of subjective data and objective data and official data analysis. Well, the option 1 would be that anyone can use them and place them in public domain, but this is ideal case. But I never seen this happen in the previous VQuag or ITU project. So this one could be ideal, but I doubt that it is possible that the proponent agree to go with these options. And most likable the option would be that the proponent and ILG can use them later, or proponent can use them.
But I have a question here. To make it optional, of course, people are not gonna choose option 1 because it's easier not to, but is there a reason we can't make it required? Like, what is preventing this from being able to happen if we say that's the criteria?
Well, as I said, to perform subjective test cost to some company, something like $20,000 or $30,000 it's expensive ones. And some of these source may not be in the public domains. So they cannot, all the PVS in the public domain. Also subjective data is paid by the company who performed it. So this one has been very difficult. We discussed about this issue many times in the last 5 or 6 VQuag project, but I never seen that we agree on that release some of this data set. After model submission and after the final report, it is almost impossible to make agreement on these issues. So I think But this is really a shame because we generate really good independent data set which can be used for other purpose. But we just lose such opportunities. So I think these times, I think we can come to agreement on some reasonable terms that we have some possibility to use this data for other purpose, at least for the proponent and some at least proponent and IRGs. And to do that, the first requirement is that the source should be in the public domain, but this happens to be very difficult because the source in the public domain can be limited in quantity and qualities. And one possible use for this new subjective data along with PBS is that we can use this data set to evaluate existing NRO and BQM method because we now have very large independent video quality data set which never used. So I think we can use this data to evaluate existing method and publish some good papers. So I think this is one of the options that we can use the subjective data generated from this project. But this one, we have to make a very clear agreement on how to use the subjective data and PBS data. So I think this one might be one of the benefit for the IRG if they have some committed the contribution in this project. So source selection is a very tricky one. Public source, well, it's free, it's good, but the problem is that we have quantity and quality problems. This happens always in every project we had in the previous VQuery activities. On the other hand, there are some source which you can buy, commercial source. And this one is high quality and there are varieties, but the problem is cost. And for this, another very important aspect is permanent use. Because in the previous VQuery project or ITO project, there was always a string that how and until what time this video source can be used. So after that, we cannot use. And also we have to sign NDA to do that. So after that, all these data sets should not be used for any other purpose. That was a big problem. And one of the reasons we had this problem in the previous VQuery or ITO project was that we used the source with time and use limitations. Because at the times, we are just focused on securing good source for this project. So some proponent, some IRG, they acquired a very good source with limitation for usage and time. So we successfully used the source for the project, but after that, we found that it's very difficult to share and reuse the data set. And there is no guarantee that we can permanently use the data set. So hopefully these times, we can choose a source which can be reused for other purpose without any time limit. So I think this is very important.
I think it should be an obligation that rather than a preference. The data set that will expire in a certain amount of time, in my opinion, not very useful.
I think if we want it to be usable, if we want it to be reproducible, if we want to contribute something that we continue to build upon in the future, it has to be available permanently, and the data should be publicly available. Or, okay, non-commercial research, fine, but like it should be published. I think if we allow commercial sources with NDAs to creep into it, we do a disservice to the work that we're doing here. So either we make it a requirement upfront, or we can debate why it can't be made. Like if there's limitations to the public sources, let's discuss. What are the limitations? What is missing? What can we do to go fix that problem? Netflix, for example, has done a lot of work on filling the gap and creating high quality, professionally shot sources to try to address this problem. Maybe we need more, but I think we need to address that.
So is the problem, I mean, for the test that the open source videos should not have been available for the models to train upon, so they should have been unseen altogether, or can we reuse, for instance, the CDVL videos for which are open source, and since it's 5 seconds and a lot of those video sequences are maybe longer, they could be, maybe you can even cut 2 video sequences out of one of them. So,
Yes.
so the longer one, that's, for instance, the Netflix have done and the SVT have done, then you can cut out maybe piece. I mean, for instance, the fairy tale is 6.5 minutes, and some pieces in that, if you do new cutouts in that longer sequence, they might have been quite unseen for many models. And I think also Camera and those are longer, and you can.
The previous VK project.
Pieces of. It's just 5 seconds.
We can check a lot of interesting pieces, and also what the models won't have seen is the SRCs, right? Like, so we can design new treatments for this, compression, different codecs, different stuff. So there's a reason the model won't have seen it. Plus, we can apply, interesting costs that are not the typical ones that are used in the frequent data sets. But I feel like there's a good amount of public sources. I think we can make that a requirement. If we find some gaps, I think we can deal with that. I think the benefits are huge, and it just requires a little bit of extra coordination and agreement up front.
Well, in the previous VK project, some labs, they obtained some good source from broadcaster or some production companies. But the problem was that it has this limitation, time and use limitation. It turned out to be very crucial. So Netflix, I think, is good. They have a huge library of contents, but I had rather doubting that they would give us such contents without time and use limitations.
What meant is that Netflix has went ahead and paid people to shoot content like El Fuente was recorded by Netflix to try to recreate the characteristics of the commercial content that couldn't be made publicly available, right? And that's why they went ahead and recorded Camera and El Fuente to create these kind of data sets. So I think we have among those data sets a good amount of variety. And if we need more, I think we can look at what it would take to acquire more. If we make it an option to say we need more content, we need sports content, whatever, and there's 2 choices. Give it to me for free or give it to me with weird restrictions. Of course, they're going to pick the weird restrictions. If we take the option off the table, it will force to create a good data set that we can use in the future. I think it's a good forcing function.
I mean, just to add on, I mean, those Netflix sequences that are mentioned are already published as open source. They are already open source. SVT has also open source sequences to be used. And CDVL contains a lot of open source material.
The big problem is that to reuse, we need to share subjective data along with PVS, because not just having source is enough. we applied HRC and produced the source for PBS. For this PBS, we have subjective scores. So these two always has to go together. So unless there is no limit, then there will be always problem to giving away this PBS. Because the PBS is generated by applying codec to the source. So we made some process the source videos. So we have these compressed videos, and we need to share these compressed videos. So for some limitation, it's kind of on a shaky ground whether we can share the PBS or not. And this is a big problem because of these legal issues. It has been very difficult to reuse the data or share this data. So this is much more complicated.
So I think in this case, we don't have to share any bit streams, right? Which I think makes a difference. We need to share the decoded YUVs after it. So that may make a little bit different, where in some cases, some bit streams from commercial encoders may not be shareable, but the YUVs, without mentioning what codec was necessarily used, I feel like, again, it's something that it's a little bit more difficult, but I think there's value in insisting upfront that the data set has to be shareable. And then we work backwards from, or what do we need to do to ensure that we can share.
Yes. For example, there are a lot of data sets such as COMBIT, Live, data set that is now publicly available to develop NL models. But there are less than 10, but still they are valuable data set. And the VQuack produced more than 100 such data set. We are not able to publish any of those data sets. It's kind of a shame. So I think we need to make sure that to do that, we have to make sure that we have a permanent use right, and also there is no limitation in redistributing PBS. Without these guarantees, it will be very difficult to share this data, even among proponents. So I think
sorry, I think if a PBS cannot be made publicly available, then HRC that is used to generate that PBS maybe should be excluded from the experiment.
Well, but in the last stage, if we are in the shortage of source, so in most of the time in the previous VQuack project, we just use what is available anyway, just to finish the project. So this time, let's do our best to avoid such a case.
Are we in shortage of HRC?
Pardon, I didn't hear you. Sorry.
Are we in shortage of HRC though? Like, I think there are many different versions of every codec, every coding out. We can find many HRCs, and if some of them cannot be made publicly available, we just chose the alternative that might be publicly available. SRC, I understand the concern.
Well, the PBS here means that we design HRC. For example, we use HEVC at the 1 megabps to encode certain source that will produce the compressed video sequence streams. From this one, you can make PBS. So this compressed video sequence to be shared. But we found that this is kind of tricky. So we want to make sure that we avoid this scenario in this NI project, so that this data set can be reused among proponents and possibly with the ILG, and hopefully some of them could be released to the public. So that's why this securing source can be very challenging. So that's why I do not want to be too much strict with the source, such as a no sync or whatever, something like that.
My concern is that if we start with like preferred and maybe and hopefully and we should try, is that we won't, we'll get to the end and we'll have the same problem we always have. So again, my proposal is let's front load the difficult conversations up front. Let's get agreement now that there's a tremendous value in having the data set that is publicly available, not just with the ILD, not just with the proponents. And let's make the difficult decisions we need to make upfront to be able to ensure this outcome, rather than hoping we get it at the end, because we won't. If we leave the option to not get it.
I think this one, CDVL and the homemade video, is a safe choice. Other than that,
I think if you have also new sequences from SVT, they could be used, they are open source.
Could you spell again?
SVT, Swedish Television.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
The old ones are already on CDVL, but the new ones are not there yet, but they could also be used.
What is the number of SRCs that we ideally want to collect?
I'm sorry that it's kind of howling there, so I couldn't hear you very well. So could you speak slowly?
The ideal number of SRCs to be collected?
Well, the one test consists of something like between 100 and 200. So that is a test design. So we need to determine how many sources will be used, maybe between 10 and 12 or 10 and 30s. And then the number of HRC for a single source could be between the 5 to 21, something like 20. But I think maybe between 5 and 10 would be good. So
if you can share maybe a sample form for sample release form for the right to release the rights of video owners, I think it will make maybe things a little bit easier to collect some sort of homemade videos here. And if this is the case, I can contribute with a lot of videos very quickly. And I think it might be also possible for others to join the effort. Yeah. But in this case, I already have some release forms associated with each of the videos that I have the rights to use in publicly available datasets. But I don't know if these release forms will be sufficient for this purpose. So if we can prepare such a document before collection, maybe that would be helpful.
yes, I think that to have a source, good source, has been always challenging. But this explains how we generate PBS using full matrix. You have number of source, then you apply HRC. HRC means that, for example, this one, 1 megabps, H.264, something like that. So then this one will be PBS, and this PBS should be shared for the reuse of this data set. And this part has been challenging. But come back to the condition that we impose on the source is that I think we want to have this.
Yep.
These ones, at least among the well, this one, I think we can make the discussion, but this is very important issues that please keep in mind. end, number of models one lab can submit. In all previous BQuack project, one lab can submit a single models for each categories. But these days, this AI-based model changed the scene in some way, because the deep learning-based model can have many variation and possible combinations. So we may consider that one lab may submit multiple models based on the different architectures. So, but we need to put some limitation, and also there should be some cost. So for examples, we can require one or two or three subjective tests for each model submitted, with the maximum model submission from one lab could be 2 or 3, which I think need to be discussed and determined. So this one will determine the number of subjective tests available for validation, for verifications. Then we can do some design. Any comment on this issue?
I mean, since there is a cost associated with each model submission, do you need to have a maximum number of models per lab? I mean, if you submit the 10 models, you may have to run 30 subjective tests. That will be very expensive. So maybe that in itself will make proponents not submit a huge number of models.
Yeah, but I think 10 would be excessive. So I think maximum, in my opinion, maximum should be 2 or 3. So, but I'm open to the suggestions. So do you have any comments?
I mean, I'm not going to submit models. I don't have a strong opinion on this.
So as long as there is cost for each model submission, that can be agreeable. That's the feeling of the flow, right?
Yeah, I don't see. Yeah, that's the opinion on the floor.
Okay, so tentatively, this is not decision, maybe 2 or 3 max per lab, but each model submissions will determine 1 or 2 or 3 subjective tests. So with this one, I think we can have the number of subjective tests, maybe between the 10 and 20, that will be plentiful. So with that kind of a new subjective data set, I think we have a very good validations of submitted models. Also, if we can use the data set for other purposes, I think we can do a lot of interesting research and can publish several papers using the data set. Okay, so this one still to be determined. Yes, this is related to the discussion we just had, but I think this is very important, and this statement should be placed somewhere in the NDAs, because in the previous NDA is kind of vague. So it was always tricky to use the data set after submissions. So I think we can consider this kind of options, that the lab that performs subjective tests permanently owns the subjective data and can reuse them subjective data along with the PBS for any other purpose, as long as the lab has access to the source. And the lab that performs the subjective test can distribute the subjective data with the PBS as long as the recipient has the access to the source. That means this allows the lab that performs subjective test can share the subjective data and PBS with any other labs they want. So this kind of condition is agreeable.
Sounds okay to me.
Because in the previous NDAs, there is always on the restrictions that the proponent can do and they should not do this, and they can use this data set until 2010 or 15, something like that. So after that, the data is gone. But I think that having this kind of statement in NDA, I think will allow the proponent to use this data set. Also, I think with this statement, I think it might be easier to share this data with ILG or anyone else who makes some contribution.
But I mean, if we create we're going back to the previous question, if we create this open source database, is this then really needed? I mean, it's something that you need to write if there are some sort of restrictions on the data we are using. But if all the sources we are going to use are open source.
Well, even though it's open source, that always we sign the NDA among proponent who perform subjective test. So in the previous NDA, only there is limitation and requirement, and they didn't say anything about reuse or keep the data set for other purpose. So I think with this kind of statement in NDAs, now the lab, the proponent who perform subjective test, they are free to reuse the data set.
I think the point is that if the sources are freely available and we require that the PBSs are freely available and we make the subjective test hopefully publicly available, then none of this should need to happen under NDA ideally.
No. Still the subjective data technically is owned by the lab who performed it, because it cost them something like $20,000 or $30,000 to generate it. Nobody can require them to give away the data. They have their right on the subjective data set. It's up to them to publish them or share them. Because some of this lab belong to some big companies, so it's extremely difficult to release that kind of data. So we cannot place this subjective data in the public domain. That's legally impossible. If the lab but if we say this in the NDA, then at least the lab, if the lab is willing to share it, they can freely do it. And without this one, it's always tricky there, because sometimes this one can be interpreted as that subjective, everything is collectively generated and owned by everyone, something like that kind of feeling. If that kind of feeling exists, then it's very difficult to share the data set. But with this kind of clear statement, if a lab willing to share it, they can share it.
If a lab is not willing to share it, then how do we have the final data set of subjective testing that can be published and is usable?
No, we just to do statistical analysis. This is subjective data and objective data will be submitted to ILG, and they will do statistical analysis, and they just perform the output. They do not usually release subjective and objective data.
Sure, what I'm saying is once we publish the data set that goes along with this new model, that proves that the new model is fantastic. Ideally, this data set, again, should be able to be used in the future, so new models can be benchmarked on it. If 5 years from now, somebody comes up with an even better model, they can go back and test how does it perform on this data set against the current model, that would be the winner over here, right? If the data set itself is not published, then nobody can reproduce the work, and nobody can build upon it.
Yes, I absolutely agree with you, but the right to do that, to release the data, the decision to release the data belong to the lab who pay the cost. If the company who paid the cost refuse to do that, there is nothing we can do.
I mean, we could exclude it from consideration if you're not willing to participate under the conditions that the data set is usable, right?
No, I think that never happened in the ITU activities. So releasing the subjective data is not part of the cannot be a part of requirement.
Yeah.
But at least I think with this statement in NDA, some lab with a good open mind, they are willing to share their data. I think that will be great. Also, they can share their data with other lab who can give some of their data to ILG, something like that. But this one, I think, eventually should be agreed among proponents who perform the subjective test.
Sure. But I think that the first statement is principally, I would say, unnecessary. I mean, what you say, if you could conduct this subjective test, you own the data of the subjective stores of the data. Nobody can take that away from you if you perform the test. And you have the right to use it for any purposes after that. I cannot see that that could be limited in any way, regardless whether you have this statement or not.
Well, this is subjective data should
away or not. That is also up to the one that has then produced the data.
Well, this is subjective data alone is almost useless. You always need PVS for that subjective data to be useful.
Yes, but then it is it's not the subjective data. I mean, the lab that produces the subjective data always owns the subjective data, but it's more about owning the right to use the PVS in the future in that case.
Creating recipe for chaos here, because PVS alone is not useful without subjective data. I mean, okay, it is useful, but within this scope, it's not useful. Subjective data alone is meaningless without PVS, and we are insisting on not enforcing, at least not getting a promise on making it and keeping it publicly available. I think this is just a recipe for chaos later. What happens if someone just say, okay, I'm not part of it anymore, and I don't get the subjective data, and then the data set is
It's broken, yeah.
It's gone.
Yeah.
I think, okay, they can have all the subjective data. I don't have any problem with it, but there should be a clause that these subjective data will be publicly available as part of this data set, and this data set repository will be handled by ITU or by, I don't know, IRGs, whatever. I think otherwise there are so many components of this study, there will be something or someone or some institution going on.
Yeah, I guess that's why the data has never been published before.
I guess.
That is unfortunately the case.
Yes.
Okay, I mean, it's fine with me with this clause.
Yes, the reason I like to place this statement in NDA is that depending on the perspective, subjective test will be reviewed by everyone. So in some way, they may claim that they also have some contributions. So without this kind of clear statement, that it would be difficult to give away or share this subjective data for the lab who perform the subjective test. Because as we proceed in this project, one lab proposed the test design, which is HRC HRC selection, and then everyone reviewed the data set. So this effort may be considered a part of contributions. So they may claim that releasing the data is not agreeable to them. But with this kind of statement, I think we don't have any such problem because we made it very clear that the subjective data belong to the lab who performed the subjective test. So, but this one, I think you think about it because this is initial proponent. Also, as I know, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not sure this is the best sentence to describe the situation. Definitely, this one can be improved. So you understand the basic idea, because I participate in VK project since 2000, about 2000, except for the first phase 1 SDTV project. But out of none of this project, data was published in publics. All the data set is closed. Only the exception was the phase 1 SDTV. There was 2 tests, and that was publicly available. Only that one, the subjective data and also individual scores for every evaluators and PVS was available. That was the only exceptions. Other than that, all the data set was closed. It cannot be reused. So I think this is important. So I consider, think about it, and then hopefully then we can.
You have a good point there about this statement. But you mentioned a very good point also that for the HGTV one, maybe we can go back and have a look on what made the successful release of those of that part of the data, because you're right, that has been the only test that was actually possible to totally release.
And also, to make a lab to sign this kind of NDA is only possible before model submission. After the model submissions, there will be no more signings.
Right.
So this is the requirement on source and PVS. This one is copied from the HDTV project test plan. So there are many requirements, but I rather hesitate to adapt to this requirement because placing too many requirements always make it difficult to have source. So this is, maybe we can soften this amount to something like was need to be or prepared, something like that. So in the HDTV project, every requirement is every sentence is a must or should. Maybe you can just say that the source sequence should be balanced, something like that, with this kind of consideration. Any comments on the source and PVS?
Okay, I missed the. So do you want to have this text in the test plan, or did you want to make it like a recommendation of?
Well, my suggestion would be that something like this. This is not the mandate.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. And when you say, for instance, there at least one scene must be very difficult to code, and at least one scene must be very easy to code. Are there different sources, or is it in the same source? I mean, if we are having just one scene in the source, then having a requirement that at least one scene must be very difficult to code and at least one scene must be very easy to code doesn't really make sense.
I think this one scene means, I think, one source.
Okay, so one source in the set should be, okay. And
one source is 5-second sequence.
But why don't we say then at least one source instead of one scene?
Yeah, this one I just copied from the HDTV project.
Right. Yeah. And the frame rate span is still 25 or 30 frames per second. It's not like 50 or 60. I mean, it's if
looks like this is okay.
Yeah.
Oh no, this is not the case. Also should have the same frame rate within. So I think this one is too much, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to delete this one?
Yeah, that puts a lot of restrictions. If they should have all the same frame rate. But yeah, it's also problematic if you have a mix of or frame rates.
So frame rates should be 25 or above. Do you want to include interest just to progress?
I think that we should not do interlace anymore.
It's 2024, I think it's time to move on from interest.
Are you really sure? I mean, football is still broadcast in 1080i. Maybe not the Europe, but the broadcast of, for instance, Bundesliga and others is done in 1080i.
That's what they probably want to be said.
Yeah, maybe that too, but definitely also 1080i.
I think the German broadcasters started for 720p, then the private ones said, oh, but we have 1080, so we have more.
Okay, yeah. Oh, maybe we should not get into that debate now.
I think that is.
Yeah.
I think we can treat it as a legacy format and move forward.
Sorry?
I think we can treat it as a legacy format and move forward for a new data set.
Yeah.
I don't want to mix them anyway. I think it's going to be all progressive anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll continue to work on this one. Yes, model evaluations. Well, I wish that the Margaret is a potential proponent, and also Yanis he proposed the UV-Cube, but they are not present. And also Alex is also missing because I think we need other proponent to make it progress on these issues.
But Meta is present.
Yeah.
At least. So, I mean, Margaret is away this week, so she cannot join today at least.
Okay.
Alex was participating before, but she did. But what did you wanted to discuss the evaluation metrics or?
Well, evaluation metrics, if we just use the same one from the HDTV project, is here. One of the easiest option would be I'm not sure there is the same.
I mean, isn't what you mean there in principle P1401? I mean, there is another.
No. The HDTV or hybrid project evaluation method.
Yeah, but isn't they following the P1401 evaluation screen? The IP P1401. That is basically written based on the WeakWeg's evaluation method. It's an ideal.
Okay. Well, yes. Everyone has some pros and cons, but I think this one need to be agreed among the proponent and ILG.
I was also thinking, would it be relevant and interesting to also do the evaluation that Lucas Krasla developed?
Mm-hmm. I think it would be good, the Krasla framework.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if someone is looking for something else, like something else should, I think, like personal framework should consider the uncertainty of the subject token. with Krasula method does.
Yeah.
I think simple correlation measures don't take that into account. So I think we need to do more than that.
Did you get that, Julie? As an option 4 or something, or additional option? The Krasula framework?
Do you have some document I can refer to? What is the name of the method?
There is a paper, and it is available as part of the serial package as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. So because due to the howlings, I can reasonably listen to the shell, but in the back seat, it's a lot of howling there. So.
All right. Okay. Yeah, what I said was that there is a paper.
Okay.
And then it is also available in the Netflix serial package. So it can be directly, the implementation of Python implementation is available in serial package, and there is the MATLAB code also on, I think, GitHub page of Lucas, if I'm not mistaken.
What is the name of the method?
I think there is no name other than we call it Krasula method.
Well, you can name it now.
I think the common terminology is the Krasula framework.
Yes.
Krasula.
Like this?
Yeah, like that. Krasula framework would be the. Yeah.
Is the paper the comment paper, or?
Yeah, I think so. On the accuracy of
objective image and data quality models, a new methodology for performance evaluation.
Okay, so
that one.
Yeah, I could send it to you, Julie.
Okay.
Therefore, Krasula framework.
Oh, this one?
That's the paper.
Yeah.
Oh, you already have it, okay.
Ooh. What language is this? Okay.
That purple button over on the top deck.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And the viewing distance and the conditions. We have related recommendation, T side, P.910, and ITOR side, BT500. Because we are going to use large TV screen and PC monitors and mobile phone. This one I think for UHD or for HD something like 1.5H. PC monitors, this one, maybe 2 or 3. I'm not sure that PC monitor is described in the P.910 or BT500.
But, so we are talking about the 1080p, then I think you should say it's usually 3H for, and if you display it on a TV monitor upscale to 4K, then it's 1.5H. Otherwise, it should be 3H still.
Then I think this one, as if I remember correctly, something like this.
Also, if it is mobile phone or tablet, should we allow them to freely hold the phone or hold on a stand?
I think for the helps for Meta, it was fixed distance on a holder.
Okay.
So like.
Now it's consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah, but 10-inch doesn't sound, 10-inch seems excessive, right? I think it's more like 5 to 6, right? I don't know. 10 doesn't sound right.
Well, this one still we can consider. And the color space, I think this one should be enough. How about the frame rate? I think 25 above is acceptable.
Didn't we specify that the color space should be 709?
709, but this day they are more used the 2100, but
for 1080p?
Yes, but I think a color space requirement is very hard to verify.
But it could make a huge difference on a lot of things if you suddenly change the color space between.
No, well, but the color space depending on the source. If the source come in port 20 or port 2, well, it's pretty determined. There's nothing you can do about it. And even for the display, do you want to do some calibration or just want to use it as it is?
Yeah, we don't sample everything to 420 to be consistent, but in terms of like BT709 versus BT 2020, I think it does make a difference. So do we want to have a variety of sources or put everything consistent and put everything in, say, 709?
Yes, then it is the calibration issue for displays. So then how can you come up with the calibration method which should be complied by every lab that performs subjective test? Well, initially, when we do VCAC phase 2 for STTV full reference and RRs, this calibration issue was a big issue. So we have a section just to describe how to comply with the display requirement. But as I remember correctly, is that as we moving on to the later stages, this calibration issues, other than the, I think the illumination brightness, we didn't do much because it's very difficult to change color, very difficult to do color calibration on the TV or PC monitors. When you try to do that, sometimes we even make it worse. It's very difficult to do it correctly.
Also, it's impossible in the mobile display.
Yeah. But I think, I mean, what happens if you have a subjective test? You mix sources that are based on with the color space 2020 and 709, and then you display it in the same test. Wouldn't that be looking strange? I mean, you go, can the player render it correctly if you switch between the color spaces of the sources in the same test?
Yeah, I think it might just look a little bit more muted and it might affect some of the.
Yeah, it might create bias. Like just like if you don't do an experiment with HDR and HDR in the same experiment, because it is kind of weird to include both. I think that the same, to a limited extent, can be applied to color space. So if you were to use the one or the other or mix, if they are mixed, they should be done maybe as two separate experiments.
Yeah, or sessions at least. So.
Yeah, or we choose one and stick to one.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Speaking of HDR, are we considering only SDR sources or also HDR or both? HDR only, what's the?
Or phone mapped HDR, is it something that we allow, that type of source content?
So Julie, do you follow the discussion or?
I guess some of it, but not all.
But is there anything decided in the test whether it's SDR, HDR, BT 2020 or 709, or is it just free to choose a mix?
Well, in my opinions, I think we better not to get to diverge the scope. For example, I think HDR, if that make big difference depending on displays, I think we should avoid it because as I said in the beginnings, we failed 5 times in NR project. So if we try to make it complicated by trying to cover everything, then we may have ended up with the same problems. One of the problems in the previous case is that NR model showed very poor performance for some subjective tests. For example, for one test, it shows something like 0.7 or 8, but for some other test, the correlation is less than 0.5 or 0.3. So if you increase the scope by accommodating HDR or a lot of color space, then it can create another problem. So I think this time we try to focus on the scope and not to go into every direction.
Okay, but then I guess you have to specify what color space you want to target here on this slide.
So do you have any some suggestions?
709?
Yeah.
70, yeah. That's,
Then we settle on SDR only, yeah?
then it would be a SDR, no. I think 709 just covers SDR.
Okay.
Something like this.
Yeah.
Well, it's rather unfortunate that some of potential proponent is not able to attend at this time, so many issues is not determined yet. So this one is the tentative proposed schedules. If test plan is finalized at the next VCAG meetings, then the model submission would be 6 months after that, test design 7 months, PVS generation 2 months after that, and objective data submission 2 months after that, and final report 1 month after that. Is rather challenging. So okay, I think we covered every issue, but some of these issues still in the open questions. But I think this one we have to may need to come back to this one later to make the final decision on this. And also, I think we need to go through this. This is the test plan for the HDTV. I just changed some of it. But what time is the coffee break?
15:45, or in 15 minutes or 20 minutes is more.
Okay. Do you want to go through this one right now or after break?
I mean, we are fine. If you want to continue to the break, that's fine with us.
So do you want to take a break now or after, or do you want to continue this one and then break?
Any opinion?
I think a break would be good.
Okay.
Everyone for a while.
Okay, so we continue at 4 in 30 minutes. Is that okay?
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so I made a few modifications during the break. Just let's briefly review them. No change here. No change. And I added this part, but this one I think in the future should be agreed among the proponents. So I
guess that means that there will be no compensation in money for being an ILD in this test.
No, I think that's a possibilities that you can also, I think we can always consider that possibilities.
I think I cannot speak for ADH of course, but for RISE part, unless we have a clear research project that is perfectly in line with this test, we probably would need some form of compensation for the work we put into I don't know.
Okay.
Slide was not, yeah, it disappeared. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's fair. That's fair, I think.
Question? When is this activity planned to be done?
Actually, we have a question on when this activity is supposed to be done.
No, I think it's rather unfortunate because that the Margaret and also the Yanis and Alex was not able to join at this meeting, so that means we cannot make a decision on major issues. So I think this kind of things should be determined among potential proponents.
Yeah, but what is the timeline you are thinking about? Is it next spring or something like that, or because I mean the test plan is not ready yet. And when did you?
No. Well, I hope that we could make some general agreement on major issue in these meetings, but unfortunately, most of the potential proponent was not able to join this meeting due to some unexpected reasons. So that's rather unfortunate.
Absolutely.
So I think hopefully that we can resolve all the remaining issues at the next BCAC meeting, hopefully, because we do not have study group 12 meeting in this year. This is the last year of the study period. So
I mean,
hopefully,
you could of course schedule an intermediate audio conference if you want to make progress before the next week meeting.
Yeah, that's another possibility. Yes. So I think if there is reasonably committed proponent, I think we can discuss all other issues, discuss some remaining issues, and also the compensation to ILG. So if the ILG role is limited, I think I think that everything should be done among proponent as we did the PDAN phase 2 or phase 1 to 3. So all that PDAN 12 or 1, 2, 3, 4, all the subjective test was agreed, performed among the proponents. That's, I think, another possible options in such cases. Yes, I just made this modifications. I just add this one. So I think with this statement, at least proponent can exchange their subjective data among themselves. So I made this change here. So all this list is now prepared, not requirement. Okay. So I'll send this to you, Shell, after this meeting.
Okay, yes, very good.
Okay, so let's go to this test plan, this draft. This is now in the draft state. Just to let us go through it. But without proponent attending, I think we cannot make much progress, I'm afraid. You 60 FPS is good enough, or maybe 120 or just above?
I mean, if you want to limit the scope of the test, then maybe you should limit to 60 frames per second. But you have or above, so yeah.
Yes.
We did discuss though that whether we should mix different frame rates in the same session of a subjective test. I mean, if you have 25 and 50 on some of the PVS and sources, and you have 60 and 30 on some PVS or sources, should you mix them in the same subjective test or session?
I'm not sure, but do you think the current display can handle it or not? The smartphone or TV or PC monitors?
They would, I mean, if you have a PC, I guess they will just play it the best it can with the frame rate of the screen. So perhaps 25 frames per second, and it probably will try to play it 25 frames per second on the 60 frames update with the best it can, but probably will have to skip a frame now and then.
Oh, okay. Well, but if there's reality, I think then we have to accept it. Hopefully that doesn't make much difference in the subjective score.
Yeah, hopefully not.
This one is to be the least. This one, I think, should be still to remain to be. Yeah, all this one is still to be discussed and finalized. And this one, I think we can just follow this one of the similar procedure in the previous big VQA project. Do we want to have a common set here or not? I don't think we need a common set. Viewing distance, 5500. And the display types. I think this one is not hidden reference. I'll change the rest.
Do you think that the tablet is a separate category than the mobile phone? Or?
Well, we can do the same like this. It was 15 minutes in previous time and 1.5 hours. It should be reasonable. And
Yeah,
24.
I mean, it's still a very tough session, but then probably do. But the picture above there needs to be adjusted because there are 5 seconds videos.
Mm-hmm.
And the picture is showing 10 seconds.
Yeah, this one will change. I'll change this one.
Right.
This one just I copied from the HDTV project, the HDTV project test plan.
And then some sessions didn't have one that we mentioned about the breaks. If the session is 1.5 hours, it is fine. If it's not someone that we should mention, there is a need for having a break in the middle.
I'm sorry, having difficulty hearing you.
I mean, the point was that for 50 minutes session, you probably need to have a break in such a long session.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Right, June?
Yeah.
Actually, maybe it's 2 breaks.
But
Maybe it's even 2 breaks.
yes, yeah, maybe even 2 breaks.
2? 25 is not bad.
Yeah, it's doable. 25 is doable, but it's kind of to stretch a little bit the length.
Yeah, I think with at least one break, I think it is flexible, so
yeah,
they can do 1 or 2.
Yeah, the wording is fine. At least one break. Yeah.
So this one is vision test. Instructions. Randomization will be used. So this is important issues. Source selection should occur after model submission. And this one is the type of contents. So this one is I will copy the sentence from the PPT file. This one will be 5. How many seconds do you want to add in front of it? 1 or 2 seconds? 1?
I mean, if you want to have more source sequences, I think 1 second. That would be 7 seconds source sequence.
So we don't want it too strict about it because of.
Maybe you can say at least 1.
Preferable or at least?
I don't have a strong opinion there. Yeah.
Well, Margaret have a better opinion should have opinion on this.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's too bad she's not here at this meeting. This one, I'll change it. This one, I think we can use the same format from hybrid or HDTV project. think this is the technical issue, shouldn't be a problem. Codecs, bitrate. So filtering, pre-filtering is allowed. So color conversion is okay, allowed. Down and upscaling is allowed. Downscaling to 720p is of particular interest. I think this is good enough. Post-processing, also downscaling and upscaling should be included. Upscaling should be included in the post-processing. Edge enhancement and deblocking, this can be a typical post-processing in many displays. So unless this is artificially done, I think it should be allowed. So I think we don't have any problem with this one. MPEG-2 is gone. Do you want to well, I think at almost all the source we have is already compressed. So I think in practice, we always have this chain of coder and encoders. Test vector, I'm not sure that we want to produce this one or not. I don't think we don't have any calibration issues, right?
Except for the PBS.
Yes, I think usually the PBS, the calibration is a problem for full reference.
Right, yeah, I think that's the remaining system.
So we'll reduce this one to the minimum. Yes, this one is a major issue. So we have now 4 candidates. Yes, and this one is aggregation procedure also need to be determined. So assuming that we have 10 or 20 subjective tests, how to aggregate them needs to be agreed among proponents and possibly with ILG. Test schedules. Yes, I think it's almost the same issue remained. So I'm very afraid that we cannot make a further progress since most of a potential proponent is not present. I will edit this test plan by putting some of the decisions from the PPT file, but still, there are still some main issues to be determined before it can be finalized. Okay, I think that is almost, it covered almost everything we can do in these meetings.
Excuse me, Charlie.
Yes.
It's so I hear from AGH. I've been out for some other meeting and I heard that you were asking about some details about AGH participation. And is that the case? Because if that I'm back, so if there was some question, then I can.
No, I think it's about the, do you mean the I think roles of IRG, I think it is discussed here.
Okay. So if there are any questions, I'm here back. So
okay.
Sorry for not being
no,
here.
It's fine. Yes. So this list is the same, and the possible roles of IRG, either IRG design a test, which means the HRC, or they can review HRC design performed by a proponent. And they can select the source and assign them to HRC, and they can make decisions on issues such as, for example, admissibility of a PBS, which may be objected by some proponent, but other proponents say it's okay. Then in such cases, that IRG can make final decisions. And possible benefit for IRG, which should be agreed among the proponents, I think they can be paid from the proponents for their activities, or they can have access to the subjective data and PBS data. And using this data set, they can do research, collaboration, possibly using the objective and subjective data. Eventually, it may be possible to publish papers. I think if it is agreed among the proponents, then means we are going to generate 10 or 20 subjective test set, which can be used, the new test set, which can be used for other purposes. For example, as you know, that Margaret has recently published IEEE broadcasting on the NR method. And since that also we had the new NR method. And since this data set has been never known or used for training some existing models, we can use this kind of data set to evaluate existing video quality metrics and publish good papers. So I think if that all depends on the reusability of subjective and PBS data. So I think that's very important. So I think this is kind of the possible benefit and roles of IRG. And all these things, I think, need to be agreed because it affects the proponent by the proponents.
Well, so definitely we are interested in confirming the role as the ILG, and well, all of these proposals are in our area of interest. So yeah, if that was the question, then I can confirm it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so any other question or comments?
Think so, Eric?
Okay, so what I can do is that I can contact the proponent, potential proponent, and discuss about the future schedules. And I think, unfortunately, I think this is all we can go at these meetings. I think that tomorrow, I think we have many remaining issues, but we cannot make progress on that.
No, I agree.
Okay, I think this then should conclude the Q19 interim meetings.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shuli. We have a question about the schedule tomorrow, which is also Q19 scheduled for the morning tomorrow. Is that not going to happen?
No, I think all we can do is that I can just make some editorial changes to this test plan, and we can review it. That I think that's all we can do for tomorrow's. So if you want to meet, I'm very happy to preside it, but it all depends on news.
I mean, I think most of us is here at least for the morning session, at least until the first coffee break. So if you want to do some work, I think having the session until 10:45 our time, and then maybe we can close the meeting at that time, if that works for you.
Yes, that's fine. I'll make some changes to this Word file, and then discuss this modification, and then we can further discuss the future activities and the schedules.
Mm-hmm.
And also we can also I look at review all the remaining issues, and possibly if there are some other issues we can discuss without other proponent joinings, then also we can make some decision on that. So I think then we can resume the final session at tomorrow at 9 o'clock. That will be fine with me.
Okay, and then I will also officially cancel the session between 11 and 12:45 tomorrow. Is that okay?
For me, it's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Is it okay in the room? No. Okay. Yes. Okay. So yeah. So we decide to. So let's have the session tomorrow at 9, and then we close the meeting at 10:45. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shuli. Thank you for very well done run sessions. And I think then we are adjourned for today. I will review some of the final meeting notes when we end tomorrow. I don't think maybe I will do that. So we just close the meeting now and see you tomorrow at 9.
Okay, I'll see you tomorrow morning at 9.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Okay, thank you and good evenings.
Yeah, you too. Probably late at your place.
Yes, it's 11:30 here. It's fine.
Good night. Have a good night's sleep.
Okay, see you tomorrow.
See you.
See you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.